Okay, we're live. Awesome. Wicked. Oh, yeah, and there are the notifications saying I'm going live. Okay. So, hi and welcome back or welcome to the stream if you have not been here before. I am going through and building a mod in Fallout 4. And this is the fourth video or stream. Yeah, so basically we've been going through and building this area out to start with. There's a couple other things I want to build into this mod, but I wanted to start with kind of the biggest foundational piece of the mod, which is going to be this building where a lot of the quest givers are going to be and things like that, and conversations can happen and lore can be given. So the process has been so far that in the first day, I basically chose an existing building in the environment, and I decided I was going to use a specific building. I traced it out in Photoshop, and I started figuring out like what the different heights, the different pieces of the building were, blocking them in, trying to figure out what each one meant. And this is just for scale. And kind of going through and figuring out what kind of things we were going to use for each piece. And this has basically been our document to use as a reference for what we are doing. I should probably have taken an image of the actual building so that I don't have to keep going to the scene for it, because it is kind of annoying to do that. But either way, last time we did, so let's see, let's go back into the editor here. So last time we grabbed some new pieces that we hadn't had before. So we just had this, but we had this was actually in exactly this configuration, but we edited it a little bit to fit better with the building that's actually there, or like the piece of the building that's actually there. I shifted some floor tiles around to remind me that I want the kitchen upstairs and not on the main floor, because the main floor has an entry and an exit way out the front and back, and it just didn't really make sense to put the kitchen with a door right through the middle. And it would also change up the environment based on this side, which was going to have also be a living quarters kind of area, where this one will have more of that like kitchen area on the bottom floor. So that will be a bit reversed from this one, and that will start making them feel a little bit different. This whole section is going to become a library. Right now we've got an elevator that we ripped out of a piece we stole for this section, which is going in here, and a staircase, just to give a sense of like the scale of this. This is probably one of the last pieces we're going to start building on because of these weird 45 angles, which kind of suck to build in. These are also 45s, but we can build them outside and then put them in afterwards. So that's kind of the process that we're going to go through today, is going through these pieces and the existing pieces here and getting them all kind of in the right order before we start moving on to these big strange shapes. And maybe adding in the other floors for this area as well, which are going to be pretty easy because they're just straight up rectangular. And it's going to be 2 stories with a third. Well, we could maybe go up to 4 stories, but we might just vault the ceiling on the top story. We're going to figure that out. But there is like a piece that juts up. If we look at the blueprints, this piece is about 3.5 stories high, as is the peaked roof lines that are here. This one is 4 stories, so this one will be an extra story, but this we might do as like a vaulted section. I haven't really decided yet. Yeah, so going back over here. One thing I did figure out, so I was trying to figure out why it was that we had so many assets with the same piece name and obviously different material sets. So we have this red wall here, and this red is building wall piece, small wall 03, I think, something like that. And if we look at that one's going to be tall, but I think this one over here is the same wall. So let's just take a look. I think this piece is the same. Yeah. So these are the same, but you can see that like the texture on them is quite different. Like this one looks like a plaster that's being torn off the wall, whereas the other like a raw plaster almost, whereas the other one's like red. And I was trying to figure out like, and then like, there's this green carpet section. We're building deco floor, but this is like a blue carpet. So I was trying to figure out what it was that was causing these pieces to look so different. And I finally figured it out. So there's this tab. So when I've been opening this, it was normally like defaulting to this area. And so I was trying to figure out like where there was the other data. And apparently there was just way further to the left, there was a whole bunch of area. So this has currently got a material on it called carpet blue. So now we can kind of look at this and we can see, actually, I'm just gonna make sure our reference window is over here. Because if we open another one, it's gonna fall behind it. You can have multiple of these open. This one is the bowling carpet. And so there's like, yeah, that's how you swap them out. So now we have a lot more we can do with these toolkit with that knowledge, because now we know we can just grab any piece that kind of fits with the general theme we're going for, and we can just swap out the tile set, which is great. Well, swap out the palette, which is exactly what we wanted. One thing to say, I'm gonna be up and down a bunch today, just because I am baking some bread and I'm also doing some laundry, and so I'm gonna be doing the folds for my dough and also dealing with the laundry. So if I get up, I'll be up probably every 30 minutes for the dough. Just to let you know. Anyways, so let's get going. I think what I want to do first is let's finish off the bathroom area, because I think it's gonna be, we already have like basically all the assets we need for it, so we can really get it fully stubbed in. Yeah, so we're gonna figure it out. Basically right now it's 2 tile sizes wide, and we have 3 to play with, and we need to shove in a male and female side. So right now it's only got a male side. I think I look at the placard that was on the wall here. Yeah, it's only got male. Right, because it has urinals. So what we need to do is do 2 sides, a male and a female side. And I haven't yet decided if I want to do a shared sink area or not, which might work better in this tighter space. But we can also probably find a way to do this that doesn't require that. Do they only have this style of urinal? Like there's a bunch of different styles of urinal. I'm wondering if they have any other ones, but probably not. It's probably just the one. What is this called? Urinal. Okay. Urinal. Bathroom, urinal, 1, 2, 3, and broken. And this one is broken. Okay, what do the non-broken ones look like? Oh, I see. These are the panels. So the stall panels. And so there's just bathroom, urinal, broken, and urinal, broken. What is the difference between these two? There's that one. And there's this. They are identical. Okay, whatever. So the answer is no. They don't have any like the trough kind or any of the like tall ones or those kinds of things. All right. So this was set up to be a school, like a high school bathroom. So it's got more stalls than we need. We probably don't need a full 5 urinals. We could deal with just 3. And then we can pull that whole wall in. Will that be too close to here if we pull the stall over? Probably. So what we might want to do then is keep this kind of weird shape. Pull this wall in, maybe put the urinals over. Ooh. Maybe flip these, put the urinals over here. And then we can pull this wall in and then have the women's section take up like this amount of area. It's going to be a little bit weird because if we have to deal with these L shapes, then how is that going to work? I mean, we definitely don't need 5 sinks either. So, okay. Let's start by adding in the areas that we need. So first I'm going to just get rid of some of the things we're not looking at. And I'm going to move this all over a bit. Okay. These are all too tall as well, so we're going to want to swap these out with a different wall. Let's see here. How do I want to do this? If I pull these out... No, the best way to do this would be just build the wall on the back side of this. So we really do need to figure out this side first. And this is this the correct depth? That's something else to take a look at. How many spaces? It's 1, 2, 3, 4 panels, and this is currently 3 panels. So we can go 1 extra panel deep as well. So I'm just gonna do that. We'll pull this wall out. About there for now. And we're going to need to swap all of these out for ones that are single height rather than double height. But that's okay. We will do that. Hold on a second. All right. So. So we need to go out to there. And we're not going to have the door facing that way for sure. So let's grab... How much of this? See, this is interesting. There's... Okay, yeah, because there's the broken frame piece, which is separate from the whole wall piece here. I'm just going to delete this because we're going to not need it. I don't know if we're going to want this door or not, but for now, I'm just going to put it over here where it will roughly go. And that way we know that we have to fill into that location. And we're going to do another one of these over here. About. I can actually, let's do this so that we have the amount of floor space figured out at the very least. And this will give us a good idea of the amount that we need to fill in. Perfect. So that's how much we were going to use. So the question is, how do we divvy up the spaces? So the women's washroom is going to need more space probably because it's all going to be stalls, whereas the men's is going to be half urinal, half stall, or probably more urinal than stall as it normally is. So I'm thinking we are going to take these 2 spaces and give it to this side. And then maybe pull the entryway of this over. Or maybe just one of these. Well, let's see. So we're definitely going to need, like... We can flip these around, make this one the women's side for now, because it's going to be more of the space. So I'm going to move the urinals out, is what I'm going to do. Start with here. I don't need the cigarettes in the thing. We're just going to get rid of them for now. One thing I'm going to do, actually, let's see. We're on restroom. I'm going to save quickly because we found out that this has bugs to it if we do this wrong the first time. And do a create child layer to the restroom and call this restroom meshes. All right, and then on the the restroom mesh layer. All of these things that I'm going to be moving are all going to go into that layer. Yes. Okay, that way we know that we can turn off the visibility of them and just deal with the geometry when we get there. Yeah. So I'm gonna pull those out. I don't know if I'm gonna need more urinals, but we'll keep them for now. We'll shove these over as well, and I'm also going to add them to this layer. And they're probably going to go in the same orientation as these other ones. So I'm just going to put these over here for now. We don't need this skull, because this is going to be in use, as I said before, unlike many of the buildings that we see in the game. The washroom basket things are nice. I think I'll keep these for now. I don't know why I want to keep doing it through a right click. I wonder if I can havoc settle this. Can I? Nice. Cool. Good to play with that. Hello. How are you? Okay, we're gonna put this over here for now. I just want it out of the way. So this is going to be the women's side. So we're gonna add a couple more stalls. Okay, so sorry, getting messages from people saying they're going to join the stream, but that they need to do some things first. That's fine. So, all right. I am going to take, I think, just what are we grabbing? This piece, this. No, not that. Well, fine. I'll take that too. And the toilet, and we'll duplicate that and move it. Actually, we don't need that wall, do we? Okay, let's just make sure I didn't duplicate those. Good. Let's grab these. Oh, I grabbed the wrong wall again. I don't need that wall. I just need this, and this. We'll duplicate that. Pull that over. It looks like they're not aligning perfectly to the grid, so something is not on grid space. Probably the toilet. So if I pull that out of selection, there we go. Yeah, that's correct. Although it looks like all of these are slightly off too, so I'll adjust them to get them on grid as well. But let's just make sure that it's all like lining up and stuff. Just make sure that these are on grid. This is on grid. Okay, great. And this one now is on grid. Now is on grid. Oh man, all the little decor stuff is gonna kill me on this, isn't it? Okay. Let's see if I can select both of these and get them onto the grid. Okay, I can. Good. What about these? Looks like this is 3 pieces. Come on. Let me grab these things. There we go. Probably is on grid. Yeah. Okay, cool. So we were able to move those. I don't know if there was something on this wall though. Ooh. No, there wasn't. Okay, good. And this one, we'll get that on grid, and this on grid, and now we're good. Okay. So, we have these now. I'm gonna move this toilet over. It's a little bit too far into the wall. We'll fix that later. That's probably why it's not on grid, which is why these are kind of like away from the wall as well. which is yet another reason to put these on a mesh layer, which I'm going to do now. Oh, there's the laundry machine telling me it's time, so I will stop in a moment and deal with that in my dough that I'm kneading while I'm folding. All right, so I think what I want to do is get another stall in here, but it's going to be really tight with the current pieces. I'm wondering if, are there hinges on here that are like not on here? What's with that? Are they separate? Are the hinge pieces separate? No, they're not. So why is it that it lines up well on this one, but doesn't line up on that new one? Like that there looks fine, and this one looks fine. Oh, is it because I grabbed an end piece? I see. So we're gonna grab this one and duplicate this one instead. Get this one over here, and now we'll get these in the right places. There we go. Okay, cool. Is there another? I'm wondering if there's another stall door that's like handicap sized. Let's see. Bathroom. So we have bathroom, bathtub, bathroom stall door, static. There are two of them, so let's see here. Pull this one in. I mean, static ones we don't want. Let's just see what the actual, okay, it's called bathroom stall door. And it's got an interesting look to it. Is there a reason it doesn't show up here? Is it a movable static? Nope. Because movable ones are the ones you can kick around, right? Okay. So if that's the case, their door. Here we go. Bathroom stall door 2. Where is that? There it is. Oh, okay. It's a smashed one. So no, there's not two sizes. Is there bathroom stall? Just bathroom stall. So this bathroom stall pieces, is there one that's wider than the others? Urinal. These are playhouse. Oh, player house. I see. I wonder if I can use these player house ones or if they're like specifically only for the player house. Either way, let's see. Bathroom stall mid. Bathroom stall mid. So here we go. Mid, left, right, single. Interesting. Single is like a full stall. Oh, it's a singular, like a completely singular full stall. Okay. Whereas the others are pieces of a stall that you can assemble yourself. So there's a mid. So that's probably the same one that we have. Then we have this one, which is a bent up one. Okay. And then we have this one, which is a also bent up one. Okay, so it doesn't seem like we have different sizes we can play with. Right, single, left. No. So we can't get different sizes, which means we kind of have to use the space we are given. With that being the case, then we're just going to have to use what we have here. Which means we might want to take one extra wall of space in this one and add a couple more stalls for the women's side. So let's do that. Where is my handy tool? Oh, it's over here. Put this over here. And pull this wall in. Oh, that's a corner piece. Okay. Pull this wall in this way. Interesting. So definitely when I was moving these pieces initially, it looks like they weren't on the grid as a set. So I'm going to have to really make sure I go through and get all these things, which is yet another reason why I don't really want all this dirt and grimy stuff, because we're going to have to like move all of it anyway. But that's all right. We'll deal with it later. Cool. Where's my, I'm like directly on top of it, so it won't let me access it. All right, there we go. So now those floors pieces are in the correct place. Oh, hello. All right, so we're pulling that all over there. Great. And I do want to replace all these with the lower walls, but for now I'm just gonna do it with these pieces so that we just get an understanding of what's going on here. Duplicate this wall and pull this over. Oh, this floor piece is also not on grid. Oh, there we go. I'm hoping there's nothing below these things, but we'll find out. The decals are a nicer way of doing rubbish and stuff anyway, for the most part. Well, at least for these dirt stains and things, so might use those more if I end up using them at all. There's these dirt pieces as well, which were like up on the edges, but we're not going to go up that high, so we're probably not going to need these at all. Well, we might still want them. Well, we can keep the one on the back wall at the very least. But right now, it's not on grid, so let's get it going. There we go. And it's a little bit too far pushed in, actually, so that means that we do have an extra little bit on the back here. That we can go this way. How far? Right to there. Okay, and then this back wall should be the same thing then. Great. And this one. Great. And all of these as well, but I'll deal with that in a second. So that means the floor is not quite aligned right now. So why is that? These are all aligned to that, but something is not aligned this direction. But they should be all one grid size and width, because everything seems to be that way. So why is it that this is not that way? Is it this pillar that's causing us the problem? It might be. So these might be actually weird sizes. Because this is exactly too far from where this pillar starts. But that's okay, we're gonna replace these walls anyway, but at least we know that that's an issue. Okay. So, there's a floating sign here. This is gonna go on the outside. These are both gonna go on the outside. Is here for now. Okay. So we have a bit more space to use. I think I should probably replace these walls now. Well, actually, I'll just pull these walls in. Yeah, I'll just pull these walls in to here so that they align with the floor. And then we'll just go with what the floor is doing, because I'm pretty sure the floor is correct. So that means these stalls here can all be pulled in. Let me just, I can't hide this part, right? Meshing wise, it might be better to have the layers separated differently, but we'll see. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hide. Okay, those are the only things we've got in the mesh layer right now. We're gonna pull all these things into the mesh layer. And we'll grab, actually I don't want to grab that because it's off the grid. Just gonna pull that over there, that's better. Pull this here for now. Might want to move these a bit later. So we don't really want that to be overlapping like that, but we'll have to do some fine tuning on those later. But that gives us a fair bit more we can do in here. Oh, here's some more wall debris stuff. I can just use this on this stall here. Okay. And so I'm just gonna duplicate this guy. Actually, I'm gonna pull this into the mesh layer. Now that I've got it selected. Let's pull this guy over, duplicate it. Oh, I didn't need the whole thing again. I keep forgetting I don't need to do that. We're gonna not take that wall. We just need these two walls and the toilet. In fact, I'm gonna do the toilets last because it is off grid and I don't want to be working off grid. So we're just gonna do this a couple of times. Because this is a weird size. Is there anything? Oh wait, hold on. No, I keep doing this wrong. Because this is the weird end piece one. Okay, so if I grab these two, I'm gonna move these. These are, oh yeah, see there's the problem if when you're duplicating and not actually using the ones you just duplicated. These are being deleted as well. I don't want this piece. What I want to do is move these pieces down this way. And I want to grab this and this piece. Well, first I just want to grab a door. Move this over. And then I want to grab these pieces and use these as the pieces I'm pulling. And you can see that that now doesn't line up. The piece that's inside of here. I'm just going to pull this over here for a bit. And put it back on. And that's going to need to be... Can I snap? Is there a snapping? Ooh, okay. Can I snap that there? How does this work? Like there are dots to snap to, but it doesn't look like it works. Well, whatever. I'll have to manually place this later. Doesn't matter too much anyway. All right. And so we're just gonna keep taking these pieces and duplicating these two to give us the stall width here. Not gonna need that. And this is gonna go here. All right, so that now should give us a good number of stalls to use. Just gonna duplicate these toilets as well. I'm gonna have to bring all these into the mesh layer at some point, but just want to make sure everything's going smoothly here first. We'll put a waste basket into this corner, and we will probably put in like a broom and some other stuff, make this like a janitorial corner. What is this for? Decal gloss stain. So it's probably on the wall like here before. I don't know exactly what it does. I'm not seeing any changes, but that's all right. Let's put this guy over here. Just gonna have it float for now. All right. And we don't have walls there. That's fine. We're gonna swap all the walls out anyway. We got a good row of sinks and stuff, and now we have to do the men's side. So what I'm thinking is we put the men's stall here, and we do urinals and sinks. Or maybe urinals and then sinks. Something like that. Is that like supposed to be a small kid's urinal? Probably. That's fine. So I'm gonna put these guys further to the back. Oh, come on. Can I not select the thing? Here we go. It's not selecting those, so they have a weird pivot. Don't want to select that. Yeah, their pivots are super, super low. All right. So we're gonna shove these over. Right up against what will be the wall. Okay. It's a pretty large space, but there's not really much we can do about that. So yeah, we'll put the sinks here then. We'll have the urinals down this way, sinks this way, and then like a stall or two here. Let's see how many stalls we can fit in that space. Hopefully two. So we're gonna need this end piece and this piece. And then one mid piece and this piece. And then we're gonna grab the piece off the other end. So we'll do that. Pull these over. Which one is it? This one. Looks like we might be able to get those there. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully it fits. It's looking like it's going to be real close. But it should be snug in there, but we might not actually have enough space. All right. Duplicate this piece. We're going to move this over here and spin it. I want at least two stalls for each of these sides, so we might have to move this wall back in, but it looks like it could fit. We're just gonna have to hope that when we get the wall on the other side that these are gonna fit. But it's looking like it probably will, so I think this will be good. All right, grab these as well, duplicate those, pull these in here. And that's looking pretty good. Okay, so let's replace these walls now. Let's deal with the whole ceiling height problem. So what are the walls we want to use? Something like these probably. Building wall small. 01. So if we look for building wall piece small wall. How many of these do we have? Oh, we have a lot to access, so that's nice. What is the default look of them? That's what we're gonna find out in a second. Okay, so, okay, give me a sec. I will be right back. I'm just going to go deal with the laundry and folding my dough. Oh, okay. My dough is looking pretty good. It's gonna probably be a couple more folds and then rest. So at the next fold, I'll probably turn on the oven. But we'll see. So what was I doing here? Oh yeah, I want to put in the wall. So let's put one. We're gonna put it here about. So I'm just gonna make sure we're focused here so that hopefully it will bring the piece into this point. What does the wall 12 look like? Got a big torn bit in the middle. Okay. Might be a bit too wrecked. Because it's going to keep the model part. So the part that's like flayed out there is going to keep that section. So we want to not take any of the pieces that are super bad. Some that are like not in great shape are probably fine. But like, you know, if people are using this building, they're going to be maintaining it to some degree. So I think it's safe to say that these ones with the huge tears are definitely not what we're going for. If it's got like a few scuffs in it, then that's probably all right. But I'm wondering if maybe we just use the piece 01. This one's not too bad. Okay, 04 maybe. But it's looking like, here we go. Yeah, like 01, 03, 02, and 01 might be the ones we're looking at. Yeah. Okay. So let's use this for the back wall here. And actually, yeah, let's check out what we can do with the materials for this thing. So that's the default. Bowling. Blue. None. It doesn't seem to be changing anything, so maybe it's... It's odd that it's not doing anything here. It should be swapping those things. Like if I did that on one of the other tiles... Huh. It must be a rendering issue right now. Maybe if I switch scenes and switch back, it will have changed it. We'll place everything first and save, and then we'll try to change those things because it's looking like there might be some bugs with it. All right, so 03 was the one we just placed here. We'll place in 02. Or wait, was this another 03 that I just placed? We're all okay. Hold on. Let's hide the stuff we're not using. Okay, there we go. 03. So I just put down another 03. So we're gonna grab 02. Nice. Pull that over. Great. And an 01. One's actually got a bit more tears in it than these other two do. That's all right. It's got interesting. So this one's got more grimy stuff on it. So maybe we want to do. How have they done these? So they've done this one is 07, this one is 02, but these are all very torn, so it's not going to necessarily be the best. But they're trying not to put pieces next to each other that are the same kind, I'm assuming. Although they have these big stains that they can use to help cover up some of the tiling issues. But yeah, it does look like, for the most part... What is this? 128 and up. Oh, I see. Okay, it's a weird angle. One way is a full hallway. Actually, that's the right size as well, almost. Almost, not quite. That's right. There's a small alcove too. Oh, interesting. We could use one of those maybe. But if we put it on this floor, then it would have to come into the floor a bit, so we'd have to pull this whole wall in, which might not be a bad idea. Not sure if I'm gonna need an alcove like that. Is there a bigger alcove, I'm wondering? Oh, there's a bigger alcove right there. I was thinking like if you put some of the urinals in the alcove maybe, but like it's not quite big enough. It could fit like a set, but then you'd only have one set of 3. Oh, so Fallout 4, Fallout 4, well, the Fallout series is basically like a post-apocalypse scenario where sort of like things are stuck in the time period of like the 1940s, 1950s era of the United States. So a lot of like Art Deco and like diner chic. Like a lot of interesting Art Deco-y bits and where's my diner? Oh yeah, I hit it. My Where's it? It's in the residences here, and like diner kind of looking stuff. But basically, yeah. The idea is that basically there was a company that was created that foresaw that the nuclear apocalypse was going to come. Obviously, they were at war for a while or whatever, and there was a huge hype about the nuclear apocalypse incoming. So a company called Vault-Tec built a whole bunch of vaults all across the United States, and in these vaults, it turns out Vault-Tec was not the most gracious of companies in the world, and performed experiments on most of the people in the vaults. So there were some vaults that were like control vaults where people were not tested on, but the vast majority of vaults were used to test things. And we're not really sure 100% what, like why, other than that they're trying to obviously like make better adaptation to different situations for humans. But we don't really know exactly why they were trying to do that, or like we know to some degree that there's like a secret government organization or whatever that like sort of set them to do it. But yeah, so the point of this mod is to kind of more explore that side of things and like the labs scenario. So this building is going to have been a pre-war library, an apartment building, and in the post-war scenario, which we are in the games, this is going to act as like a home base for a group of people who have been exploring the data gathering kind of side of things for the vaults to see like they're just like trying to figure out like what was actually going on with all of these testing facilities effectively. So in this location you will meet like this faction of people who are going to be data scientists, explorers, and stuff like that. And so it's going to get you to then go back to all the vaults in the game and explore for them, to grab data for them, and like to learn more about what's been going on. So I'm starting this mod by kind of just fleshing that part of the game out is what I'm basically trying to do anyways, because it doesn't really explore that too much in the game, and I think that that's a big missed opportunity. I am making this mod for fun, mostly. Also just to kind of get myself back into the toolkit and play with it again. I haven't played with the creation kit for a while. The last mod I created was for Skyrim, and it was quite a little while ago now. But I wanted to see how the tools were a bit different in Fallout, and just kind of see where things were, because I'm expecting them to release a new toolkit, probably for Starfield soon, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, so that's the point. I'm just trying to brush up on my skills, add something that I think would be cool to have in the game, and yeah. So let's keep working on this stuff. I'm curious what else we got in here. So we have corner pieces, end pieces. free wood. Okay, that's not useful. Holes, we don't want ones with holes. Plugs, are these plugs for the holes? What is this? That looks like it's for a door. It's a weird name to give that if it's for the door. Okay, so interesting. So you have the hole, I guess these are the, so what are these then? If these are holes, yeah, no, these are actual holes. So I see. So their terminology then is plug and socket for the two different pieces of the door frame. Okay. Interesting. I was trying to figure out what SCKT meant, but I guess it stands for socket. After I'm done with the mod, so actually, so the last week and a bit now, I've been focusing mostly on streaming this mod, but I think I'm gonna start sprinkling in some other stuff as well for people to check out. Mostly, I'm gonna be dealing with stuff in terms of game design aspects on things, kind of like game design takes on stuff. But I have like a bunch of access to a lot of retro consoles. I have a huge wall of them over there. And so I think what I want to do, something I've been playing with, trying out, is comparing like a game across the most consoles that they've been ported to from like the retro era. So one of the things I might get into next week is starting to look at like, what does Donkey Kong look like across all of these consoles to really see what the differences were in the capabilities of these consoles in that era. And it will also be kind of interesting to see how they kind of kneecapped certain versions on certain consoles. If you're not aware, Coleco, who was originally the Connecticut Leather Company, which is why it was called Coleco, who made the ColecoVision, which was a Gen 2 console, probably the most, not most important, but the most powerful Gen 2 console. They got the contract, well, not, I guess they purchased the rights from Nintendo to make Donkey Kong for not just their console, but all the other Gen 2 consoles at that time. So they were directly responsible for making like the Intellivision and Atari 2600 versions, I believe, of Donkey Kong, the arcade version of Donkey Kong. So I think one of the things I'm going to do next week is going to go through and see what all the different versions that I have access to look like on the different consoles of the era, so we get like a cool cross section of like how it's all different, which kind of builds upon a video that I'm working on right now, which was based on some previous streams I did where I was exploring like the early kind of like how Nintendo came up with what became the kind of cookie cutter for the platformer, which is like the move from the first Donkey Kong game through to the first Super Mario Bros. And basically the 2 or 3 years between those and all the different games that they made between those games that kind of built little mechanics towards what became the Super Mario Bros. Kind of like definitive platformer setup. So I'm still editing that video. I want to take the footage that I streamed on all those things, cut it down into a more concise video and like explain better in detail like what that process looked like and how we can learn from kind of how Nintendo created that genre. So things like that. Yeah, I'm gonna be basically doing a lot of like game designy style streams and talking about different things and stuff. Yeah. Thanks. Hey, another person's joining. Cool. Yeah, so that's basically what I'm trying to build my channel into, is just like I teach, I also make games. I have done a bunch of stuff. And I feel like there's a bunch of stuff missing from the narrative, and I think there's a lot of channels that talk about like specific history of like a singular game, but they come at it from like a purely historical perspective and not really looking at it from like a game design perspective. And I think I can uniquely help to provide that information because I've got a lot of historical information and I've got a good game design background now. So I was thinking that this would be a fun thing to do. Yeah, anyways. So what was I doing? Oh yeah, I'm gonna be adding these wall pieces in here. For now, let's just take another one of these and put this one next to this one. Actually, I should probably separate these out a little bit, but I want to do it like not 100% 1-to-1. So we'll grab one of these, put this over here. But yeah, thanks for. Feel free to ask other questions if you're interested. I'm open to answering them, although I do get a bit sidetracked, as you can see when I do so. I have to learn how to deal with that, which is yet another reason why I'm doing this, so I can get more experience at doing streaming and stuff like that. Because I wanted to try to figure out how that whole process works, while I'm also sort of building content for courses and stuff that I'm going to be teaching. All right, so got one wall. Oh, come on. It's so, the pivot points on these are super weird. So like using them as objects to pivot around don't always work. Whereas like these are way better, which is it's kind of annoying. Yeah, I understand now why they built these in this manner, because I could then like duplicate this and just like spin it in place and then get the next wall and then like do another one and spin it. But it almost would have been better if they had just put the pivots right in the center of the wall. That way you could just put them where they are and then you could pivot around them in space, and it would make more sense. I guess they did it for some specific, maybe it's for testing reasons. They had a way to test out the pieces being placed in the environment, but I'm not sure. My nose is itchy. It's so annoying. Stop it. There we go. All right. So, we got that one wall. If I just duplicate this whole wall here, let's grab all these pieces. If I spin them 180, then they shouldn't line up perfectly because they're not perfect in their orientation to begin with. So I might be able to do this. That's too far. That's right. Okay, and then I'm going to take this one and pivot this one this way. Oh, come on. This way. Come on. This is so frustrating. Turn. And put it there. And I'm going to move it one space this way. This is going to be interesting. I wonder if there's a way to deal with these without having the corner pieces. Hello. There's these. I am doing all right. Let's see. Corner pieces, corner pieces. What do they call them? I guess it would not be building small wall, but building small, and then something like corner piece, floor. What do they call it on this set? That will help me. This one is called building wall corner. So it is building wall something. Oh, here we go, corner. Yeah, I run a game studio called Playful Fox Games, so that's where that comes from. But yes. What's up? Yeah, okay, let's see here. I'm trying to find a stupid corner piece, but how would they have called it? Because clearly these don't work matched up to corners. Like that's got a gap there, so there's got to be something that they can use to fill that in. Maybe there's like a pillar. Is there a pillar? Let's see. What? I gotta figure out where they use these pieces in game in a way that has a corner that goes this direction. Because I have examples of corners that go the other direction that don't then need a corner piece. Maybe if we just get rid of the... No, it should be an SM. Broke wall cap. Maybe it's a cap? Maybe, but that's definitely a broken one, so... let's see. Ceiling, floor, floor, wall, ceiling, floor only, which are like these pieces. Platform chunk? What is that? Oh, that's like just... Oh, I see. It's as though the piece fell through from the ceiling. Okay. Platform half. So these are all platform pieces. We don't need those. Why are these separated into a different section of the environment? They're like prefabs, I guess. Okay, so these are probably not going to be helpful to us. Are these all like that? These are all, yeah, these are all prefab sections. Okay. So those are not going to be useful. Stairs are not going to be useful. These are the wall pieces we've been using. Here's a corner. Here we go. Okay, corner. How big is this corner and how much space does it need? So that is going to dictate stuff about how we smash these pieces together. Okay, they need a fair bit. So what we're going to probably end up having to do then is pull this wall in a touch. Like that far. Actually, yeah. We're going to pull this wall in so that we can pull these walls out. And we'll do it... This is going to suck, because this is going to bleed into this one if I go too far in. Still hidden, okay. That's probably okay. Interesting. That's pretty beat up. Is there one that's less beat up? Nope, that's as beat up or more. What about this one? That's less. Okay. Just want to know in case I can have a couple different looks to these things. It is pouring rain here. Yep. As well. Calculus? Is that what you're doing? That's tough. I wish I had learned more in school, to be honest. What's the video you're working on there, Games Foundation? Let's grab this piece. Pull this over here. Not quite lined up. There we go. Combat systems from a small game you like. What's the game? Shooter game where you don't aim. That's funny. Okay, is that gonna work out for us? Probably. So the question is this gonna be a problem? And I think the answer is going to be yes. So we might have to shift this all in one. Which means we're gonna have to break this wall in a bit too. And shove all these down. Because this is gonna need that much bleed room, so yeah. Okay, we're gonna move all these down. Touch. great. And shove this over. Oh, cool. I will check that out in a bit. Oh, it is time for me to do another fold on my bread. Give me a second. The dough was ready to be put into the banneton, so I had to get that done. Sorry about that. It's looking good though. Oh, well, this is like a men's washroom. So, like in men's washrooms, they usually separate out like the stalls and the urinals. And so, what I'm thinking is, well, I needed space to shove the stalls, and they wouldn't fit on this wall really well because you can see like how much space they take up. Like, oh, hold on. So like if this was here, it would take up like the entire hallway. So I couldn't really do that. So instead, I carved a nook into here, so that it gave the women's washroom enough space to have a full wall of stalls, and still gave the men's washroom a few stalls. Unfortunately, they only have one type of urinal in this game. Although, like, I can understand why they didn't model a ton of them because I guess like they don't have that many washrooms as I've been going through these buildings in the games, anyways. So they probably only thought about building one style of urinal, but like, and these are pretty universally usable because you can do like, okay, a child's one is lower and a men's one's higher, or an adult's one is higher, but like it would be nice if there was at least one other style because there's like a bunch of different styles of urinal, and this would have been a good place to have tried to put a different set, but that's all right. So yeah, basically I'm gonna do urinals here and then sinks here with the stalls here, and then on the women's side it's got sinks all up the one wall and then stalls all up the other. and this is typically how like the differences between like a men's and women's washroom is. Like the women's washroom has typically like a way more stalls, and the men's ones always suck because one is always completely destroyed because nobody does stuff well in the or in the stalls in the men's washrooms, and so there's only ever like one stall that's usable. And unfortunately, they also didn't model in a stall that's wider so that I could have um like because it would be great if I had a handicap stall that I could then like use this whole space with, but they only have stalls of one size. I mean, stalls are great, except that they get wrecked really easily. And when you have women or men's washrooms where people like do not flush correctly and like clog up the toilet and stuff all the time, then you typically have like stalls get broken, which is why urinals are great because they don't break, or at least very rarely. So you can at least always find a urinal that works. Um, but yeah. 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 All right. So this side's looking pretty good. I can shove this now against the wall where it belongs. So let's move these there. And actually, we're gonna need to move it in one. And it's going to go right up against that. And that's actually fitting right now. Interesting. This might work. It's going to be a really tight set of stalls, but that's okay. Like they really don't need the stall wall, except that like it's the only way that you get the door to match up and the hinges to work. If they could give me a separate hinge, that would be okay, and then I could just have them, because you know, not every stall has walls on both sides. Sometimes they just use the wall and they anchor to the wall. But oh well. This'll work. I mean, there are some like toilets in some places I've seen, like in usually in like high flow places like airports and stuff, where there is a way stronger water pressure into the toilet bowls. I just don't know what is required to make that work and why that's not done more. Because it would be way better to just have every toilet just be able to go like really, really quickly every single time so that there's not getting clogged. You put spinach on your steak? That's a weird thing to do in the first place. um, cool. Yeah, I'll check that out for sure. Not today though, and not tomorrow. I have my mom coming into town, so I have to prepare stuff here for her. Okay, so we got these. I need the one with the door piece, which is these socket pieces. So let's grab one of these. Excellent. And this is the plug, which is an odd name for it, but sure. It's kind of called a door frame, but that's all right. Um, I don't know if I want to use this one though, because this one's super broken looking. So is there a better plug that I could use? This is plug. This is not even like one of these. It's got like a whole long name for it. So I'm gonna delete that one. Let's see if we can find a better one. Oh, it was like this one maybe. What's this one look like? That's nice and clean. That's perfect. Okay, cool. You should have just put the greens beside the steak. Why would you put them on the steak? Yeah, editing takes a long time, and I don't know if I have the energy to do that right now. But if people start getting into these more, then maybe, yes, I could definitely consider chopping these down into more bite-sized things. I was already thinking of a video I want to create for this series out of some of the stuff that I've come up against, which is going to be mostly just like bugs I've run into in the editor and things to try to avoid them. And when you're trying to, like, if you're trying to do stuff with this editor, like what to try to avoid doing and when to know to save before you make a certain type of change. Like, for example, when I did nested layers for that thing just did not work last time very well, so I'm glad I had saved close to it. Yeah, I do cut video. Well, yeah, I sometimes cut video stuff for teaching and stuff like that. But I do want to cut some of these into videos. It's just like the effort to go through that process right now when these get like 3 hours long, and then I have like several of them I have to edit down. Right now, I just don't have like the best setup for dealing with that, and I haven't done a lot of video editing in a while, so I've been avoiding it. But I'm going to try to do one a month at least to start with. Right now, I'm still working on the one for the Donkey Kong, Mario platforming era stuff. But I'm coming up with ideas as I'm kind of building this stuff out as to what I could do with this as well. So yes, the answer to your question is yes. I have thought about it. Yes, I will probably do it. It's just a matter of when, and right now I don't have a good time frame for you on that. But I will. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Like, so some things are easy to edit. So, for example, actually, there's a video I have on my channel right now. What is it called? I can't remember. It's over here somewhere. Videos. The Switch 2 question mark discussion about where Nintendo could go next. So that was an edited down video of the stream I was doing playing Mother 1, also known as Earthbound Beginnings. And in that one, I basically was just I had spent like an hour talking about like what my thoughts were on like the Switch 2 rumor stuff and why I didn't think Switch 2 made sense as a thing to call it, but I can understand at the same time why people are doing it that way and where I think Nintendo could go with it. And basically, I just like had an hour of that gameplay where I was talking about that, so I cut that one down into its own video, and I mostly just chopped little sections out of it that were not important to the main video, and even that took me like a few hours to just take a like 4-hour video and cut a single section out and shorten it to a little bit of a conversation, like one-sided conversation. So yeah, it's editing is a thing. Oh, and also I did that, so I just not that recently, but like within the last month, I completely reinstalled a fresh version of Windows because my hard drive needed to be replaced after however many years, and because of that, I was using a different tool set before for editing, but it was no longer working for a while, and now I have access to the tool I'm used to again, so I have to like get back into that. So there's just been a whole bunch of reasons why I haven't really done any edits recently, but once I get back into speed with the editing software I'm used to, then yes, I will do some more. It's just a matter of time, and I would love some help on some of that stuff, but it's also probably not worth your time right now. Rain and sleet. But we'll see. All right, so that's good for the side. Let's start replacing the walls on the other side now. I'm just gonna take these. What is this material called? Blue. Okay, sure. It is called blue. Is there a pink and a blue or a red and a blue? Because if so, then we could color code the men's and women's washrooms. I don't know. We'll find out. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to simply delete all of these ones we're not using and the little bits here. Because now that we have the other walls on the other side in place, it won't be as big of a deal. That's a big stain. That's a small stain. And that's another huge stain. So we have the walls on the other side, which means that we can now grab. We'll just cheat because people won't notice that the walls are the same on the two different sides, because when you're playing in game, it's going to be enough time between going from one side to the other. I can just literally take the whole wall and just duplicate it and use it. All right, so I'm going to put this over here. And that's about right. Yep. Okay, that's good. And we're going to need to pull it in a touch so that it clears the other wall. Doesn't show up on the inside here. Looks good. All right. So this thing I don't need is from the old set. Cool. We can keep the ceiling pieces and just pull them down probably, although these are really torn ones. Well, not all of them are, but some of them are, so we'll see. All right, we're gonna rip out this wall as well. And pull this wall over. That looks right. Okay. And now I'm going to grab. So this is what, 1, 3, 1. So we want 2. This 2. No, that's another 3. 3, 1, 1. So I don't have any 2s on that wall. Oh, come on. Can't see. Grab something that pivots properly. There we go. Which one's 2? Is it this one? Nope. This one? Nope. This one? That one. Grab a 2. Pull this over here. Spin this around. And get this going over here. Snap those together. That looks like it's overlapping. Nope, that's fine. Just weirdly laid out, apparently. Okay. And that means that we should be right around the right point to then do another one of these guys. So we'll delete this one, duplicate this one, put that there. This one, we are going to just match up right to it, so that those are perfect. Nice. Now we just need this last wall. We're just going to need one of these corner pieces. I'm just going to grab this whole set and duplicate it. Turn it 360 or 180 rather, and pull it over to get it to line up. Nice. Okay. And we'll pull this guy in here. That's pretty good. One back wall left. All right. Let's see. We've got a 1. I'll pull this guy over. And then, oh, that's a little too far into the room. Why did I pull this guy so far into the room? It doesn't need to be. I'm just going to put that back. I was thinking because this wall was shifting, but it doesn't need to match that wall. So I'll just put it back there. Push that guy there, and then we're gonna get one more. We don't want to get that one because it's matching that piece. So let's grab this one and pull this one down. Nice. Okay. And that's basically our whole thing. We don't have a ceiling yet. I'm gonna get rid of this piece, but I think I'll keep this one. Let's see. Yeah, we'll get rid of this guy. It's got too much tear in it. But these two are fine for now. We'll have to grab some others as well, but let's use these guys for the moment. Nice. All right. All right. So we've almost finished off the washrooms now, which is great. And that's just going to slot in here when we're done. In fact, we can test fit it. I'm just going to save. Then I'm going to grab this whole thing. Make sure I actually grab, oh, there's a pillar I don't need. All right, grab this whole thing. And let's just make sure it's not going to be super large on any side. It's okay if it bleeds a little bit because these walls we're going to get rid of. It's just using for framing right now, but that's pretty much perfect. Oh, yeah. Yep, that's going to work great. Okay, cool. One thing I wanted to check as well. So I don't necessarily want to keep these walls less color, but it's not looking like it's letting me update the color right now. Because if I go like this, it's not changing it. Oh, that one did. Okay. So maybe I have to hit accept for it to change it. I don't get a preview. Is that possible? Let's see. So if I change this from blue to blue full and hit OK. Okay. So let's take a look at what sets we have possibilities for. We'll use this as our color palette here. Oh, I don't know if I did. I will definitely check it out. Thanks for reminding me. I'm not great at staying on top of my emails these days. I've been working on too many different things. But yeah, I'll check it out. Thanks for reminding me. Okay, let's see. So we know what the blue and blue full look like. So one is like a strip and the other's full. What is cheesy? Oh, I see. That's funny. It's like the bowling alley disco wall. That's definitely not going in the washroom. Well, it could actually, but I think it's better for the residences. If we use it, floral, definitely not. Green full. Doesn't look too different. I guess it's slightly tinted green. Is it my color blindness, or is this like only a very slight tint green? Is this green to you compared to this? I mean, to me, it's like very, very slight, but I am also slightly colorblind. So, like this is very blue. Oh, no. Oh, crap. Stupid reference window. I don't like that it keeps going behind the thing. So this one's blue. This one's supposedly green, and this is the regular. Is this like super green to you, or is it just like a slight tint of green? Okay, so you do see it as green. That's good to know. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I don't really know what it doesn't look that green to me. I might not use it just because to me it's not that strong of a color. Like that's red. There's like a very red streak. Um, oh, that's cool. White. White's like whiter concrete. I guess like plaster. The middle is aqua. This is aqua. Where did the? Uh, so the default is aqua. Yellow. There's yellow. That don't look any different to me, but all right. Nope, none of those. This one's probably some kind of like specially scripted one though, because it's got like a very specific name. But I don't know. Green, I don't need. Red was the one I was considering as an option. Okay, so these are our possible tones. So I think men's I'll keep as a blue streak or maybe even a full wall of blue. Women's we could do red or yellow. We could even do a floral pattern. But it'd be weird, I think, to have a floral pattern in the washroom. We have a red floral. Oh, and we have. That's another thing I would definitely write up as a bug, or at least there should be a way to make sure it has a default location that's not behind your window here. And we have a green floral. Interesting. And we also have just a floral. I think these are too frou-frou for the bathrooms. Rain and sleet. Would you see some floral pattern like this in a restroom, or do you think it should not go into a restroom? Like, there's many other places I could use this. Like, there's other sections of the library. Like this, I'll probably end up using this red one in like the reading room area. But like, do you think it makes sense to put any of these into a restroom? Because like, yeah, like a cocktail bar, I've seen this kind of stuff, but I don't know if I would put it like I don't know. Yeah, I think it's too like this is supposed to be like a public library. I think this might be too fancy for that. Like it's not really supposed to be like chic in that way. Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's what I was thinking. Um. So then the overall building's like a public library. So it's like a public washroom. So it shouldn't be like that. Like a nice public library, but like it's a public library. So sad and metal. Yeah, or like I was thinking like something like a strip of red or something, or um maybe the strip of yellow. Is there a full yellow? There's also full yellow. Like that. Okay. So I'll do that in the women's. I think I'll do the men's as a mix of this blue and a blue line one, maybe. I wish I could do all of these at once, but I don't think there's a way to do that, which makes this painful slightly as a process. Blue. It's interesting that these are making it look more speckled. Like these blue ones have more speckle to them than like the standard default. Like all of these have more of like a chipped look, which is interesting. I don't know if they like I don't know if they have a perfectly clean version of any of these. This is sort of clean actually. This one's not bad. That one's super cool though. I think I'll find a place for something like that somewhere else. Maybe in the lobby area, which, well, the lobby's right now a cool red color, but we could do something like this instead. Can I change this one also to that blue? Oh, dang it. Come back. Stop it. All right. Blue. Okay, it does do that. Good, so we're just gonna keep going. Turn all of these blue. I like having the accent wall at the end there. Do I want a blue wall anywhere else? Maybe in these stalls. It's not going to have a cocktail bar in it, that's for sure. But it is going to have some apartments and stuff. So right now I've got... So this whole section here is going to be a library with the elevator going up and down. There's going to be a reading room on one of the levels in this section, and there's going to be like a head librarian office also in this section. This is the gift shop, so it's going to be a little bit different. It's going to be this kind of palette in here. But like not quite as destroyed. And then this is going to be, the bottom floor is a garage, so we can't use that. The second floor is going to be this washroom, and the top floor is going to be like an antique book room. So it's going to be fancy looking. It can have that more cocktail room vibe. Then over here, we've got the entryway into, the entryway into the apartments. It's going to have like a mail room and stuff in here. And then it's going to go through, and there's a stairwell that goes up to access the floors above it, where there will be apartments. And then there's going to be a huge apartment block here, and then this part also. And then underneath will be laboratory stuff, and then an access to one of the vaults, along with this maintenance shaft area. I think I have an idea of how I'm going to do that, but it does look like I have to investigate how this is going to work a little bit more, because I'm not sure if you can load. I know that you can use a door to load, but I don't know if you can use an elevator door from the interior to load. It might, or at least only on like a specific floor, for example. I think it has to be individually, like either all of them are open, or like when you click on the door it just immediately teleports you, which is how they most of the time do things like that. So if that's the case, then what I can do is I can just enclose this space and have a door once you exit that will be the teleport into the basement area, which I think is going to be a totally separate loaded area from the rest of it. And then this is the residence for the head librarian. So this is, I did do some editing to this building. It's a little bit more in the way that I want it to. Some of it is still like, I'm not going to use these staircases probably. I'm pulled them in just to remind me that it has to be a staircase in here. But yeah, they're probably not going to be the same. Oof. What are you doing in your calc? Okay. How's the dough looking? It could rise a bit more. I'll wait a little bit longer. But the oven's at temperature. All right. So this is all blue now. This one isn't. Oh, come on. Stop doing that. So annoying. All right. So this is going to be blue. Go. So there's a blue wall in there. The blue wall at the back there. This is just a line across. I think that looks all right. The splashes of color just add a little bit to it. All right, and then this side is going to be yellow in the same way. So we're going to do the whole back wall as yellow. Oh, not that. This yellow full. Yellow full. And we're going to do the same to this one. And this one. And this one. So that has to be because it wraps around. Okay, and then this, I think we're going to start with doing this one as like a line across just this wall. But we'll see how that looks. Maybe we keep this one yellow full as well. And then we just do this one wall as an accent. Derivatives, interesting. I do not envy having to take a test tomorrow. It's been a long time since I've had to take a test, and I hate it. But yeah, I mean, it is useful for checking somebody's knowledge. And as a teacher, I know that there's also like a requirement, usually, to add certain numbers of things to be tested by the school. So it is something I have made, but it is kind of crappy. Let's see. Put this on that wall there. Same with this one. That one. Do we have any mirrors that are not totally busted up? I think I looked for that at one point and I did not find anything. Yeah, that's like super busted. And also like totally the wrong kind of mirror. So this is mirror 3. What does mirror 2 look like? Oh, it's got like a wood frame instead. So it's definitely going to be a mirror 3 unless mirror 4 is something. No, mirror 4 is like a very, very small mirror. Although, nah, too small. Industrial machine mirror. Oh, I see. It's like a mirrored version of something. Nope. Did I teach at Emily Carr? No, I did not this summer. I was hoping to teach in the spring, but unfortunately the courses that I had built for them did not have enough enrollment, so I was unable to teach in the spring. So I took the summer off to look for other work, but then the whole game industry collapsed. So there went that idea. So yeah, no, I did not teach in the summer. I could have. I wish that I had not turned down that opportunity at that time, because it would have been nice to have had the revenue and still be doing stuff. But unfortunately, no. No, I did not. Yeah, like the whole game industry is basically collapsing right now. It's a cyclical industry. It happens. But yes. So basically, like, I don't even know what the start was. I guess it was Microsoft that really started it, because basically Microsoft pulled a bunch of projects, and there's a bunch of studios, at least locally. I know there's a bunch of studios that relied on contracts with Microsoft. I'm gonna use some different syncs in the future, but I'll just put these in place. So yeah, basically, like, a bunch of companies that relied on those contracts that Microsoft stopped because of various reasons, then did not have a project to work on. Their teams got, like, had therefore no reason to exist, and therefore they stopped existing, and so companies started to downsize. And so in Vancouver here, like, almost every single studio laid off at least like a tenth of their workforce. Some of them more than a quarter, and at least one halved. And then I know in Seattle a similar thing happened. Microsoft currently has a hiring freeze. There's like a bunch of stuff like that, and like there's, yeah, basically, like, and then Unity did what it did recently and made some major errors, and because of that, I know that there were some downsizes there. Epic recently laid off 800 people. So yes, the whole game industry right now is basically like not in the greatest of states. And this, again, it happens on cycles. Like, it occurs regularly. About every 5 years, there's kind of like a cycle every, well, no, really every 10 years. It's like basically like the industry crashes for like 3 to 4 years. It starts to flatten out. It gets through its peak at about 5 years in. That kind of flattens out for a while, and then it starts to crash, and then it crashes for like 2 years, and that's just kind of how the industry works, unfortunately. So when I first started in games was also a time period where the industry was just in the middle of a crash. That was back when Radical got shut down here locally, and Slant 6 went under, and basically everybody then started up mobile studios because they felt like that might be the next place to go. But yeah, so like so that was 10 years ago when that was all happening, a little over 10 years ago. And now we're in our next cycle, and this just happens all the time. Sometimes it's because of a new technology coming in, which was sort of related. Like, well, last time there were a bunch of different factors. Last time it was the kind of the general economy collapse in 2008 that kind of had a bit of a lag, but then really started to impact the industry after about a year. And then after that, there was the mobile craze. So as things were collapsing on the console side of things, because console became way more expensive, the mid-core kind of like companies died. So the companies that were making licensed games and things, most of those companies died. The ones that did not have AAA budgets, and relied on publishing through other companies. And then in their place, a bunch of mobile games companies started up, because that's what they all jumped ship to. I'm gonna make this whole wall blue, I think, to mirror the other one. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So that started happening. And that was what caused the last crash, basically. Prior to that, the crash that was well before my time was, I mean, there was kind of like a golden 20 years, I'd say. Well, no, I guess it is 10 years. No, it was about 20 years. There's a golden like 20-year period where the industry didn't go through like a full crash. There was like changes and stuff, but like basically at that time, the tools were getting better, which allowed for people to develop more, but the restraints were still enough in place that people weren't requiring a super high fidelity of graphic to make things feel right. And so because of that, there was like 20 years where the industry like just mostly moved in the upward direction. But then prior to that period, there had been 2 previous crashes. Like the first console generation ended with a major crash, and there were like there were over 100 companies who were making game consoles in the first generation because everybody was just making Pong consoles. And then there was a major crash, and out of those like hundreds of companies, I think only like 8 continued into the second generation. Some of those companies went out of business completely. Some of them just stopped making games. And then the second generation also resulted in a crash. I think I'm done with this for now. I'll add the ceiling in later because it's not as necessary. But now we've got this space, so let's move on to. I'm just gonna put all of this stuff. It will move all the meshes and stuff into the wrong layer, but I think I'm just gonna move all this stuff into the geometry layer for now. So that it can be turned off. Actually, I could have just turned it. I shouldn't have done that. Oh well. Oh, and look, it got rid of my child layer. Great. Oh well, that's super annoying. Anyways, so yeah, second generation crash happened. People blamed it on ET, but ET was just a symptom of the problem. There was a much bigger problem that occurred. How many slots is this? This is 3 pieces wide, and it's then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 long. So this is, it has to be lengthened by 2, but it's the right width. Okay. Because these are weirdly extraneous pieces. I don't know why they're here. I'm just gonna get rid of them. So second generation, basically like it started off after in 77 was the crash of 77 was the first generation. Second generation started in roughly 78 with Fairchild creating the first cartridge system. And so from that point on, it became like, okay, software could be sold alongside the game system, so the game system didn't have to have it all built in. And yeah, so basically from there, you had like Coleco, Mattel with their Intellivision. You had Atari, which was one of the ones that still was a lot. Actually, both Atari and Mattel had been in the first generation. They were like 2 of the only ones that continued into the second generation. Fairchild. So it's funny you ask what is Fairchild, because it's kind of weird that nobody knows of them anymore, including myself until I started researching. Fairchild was like one of the biggest semiconductor companies in the world for like years. Like they built most of the computer chips, and they were based in the States. But when the States basically decided they were going to source everything to like Japan, China, Korea, Taiwan, Fairchild and a lot of like the other semiconductor companies here failed. But Fairchild was like one of the first manufacturers of like most of the computer chips of everything, and they created the first cartridge-based game console, which was the Fairchild Channel F, which I think was originally called the Channel Fun, and then they shortened it to Channel F, but I'm not sure. It had various names at different times. And actually, one of the first black developers, engineers, I should say, was responsible for a lot of the design on that console. I think his name was Jerry Lawson or Lewson, something in that realm. Yeah, really important part of gaming history, but unfortunately, kind of forgotten about. But yeah, first game cartridge-based console. I'm gonna get rid of this thing. I'm going to... Let's start by like widening this guy up. Yeah. So Fairchild started off the second generation basically by introducing the idea of selling cartridges rather than just selling like a system that had all the games built in. And I mean, the original Magnavox Odyssey had game cards as well, but they didn't work they did not hold software. They were just literally like electromechanical switches. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna deal with my dough. It's starting to like fold over the Benetton, so it's ready. Okay, Google, set timer for 25 minutes. Okay. So, yeah, sorry. Fred's gonna be good, hopefully. Although I kind of screwed it up in the way that I put it into the pot, but that's all right. It'll be fine. So yeah, Fairchild basically started off the second generation by introducing the idea of selling things separately from the console, games separately from the console. Magnavox had their like game cards, but they were literally just like electromechanical switches that would just turn on and off certain circuits inside the game system itself. So it didn't actually have any software on it. It was just like, it basically was just a bunch of electrical contacts that were basically wires that would jump to different parts of the console to turn on certain parts or not. But obviously Fairchild thought that maybe it would be better, and as a semiconductor company who could sell a lot of semiconductors if they made cartridges that had little semiconductors in them, they realized we could sell games separately from the system and make a ton of money. And so that's when they started with the Channel F. And then obviously the 2600 the Atari VCS, which became the Atari 2600, like became the console to beat in that generation for a long time. And in my opinion, there was a third generation that was actually in there, but I'll get into that discussion another day. But basically, yeah, so Atari jumped back in with the 2600. Coleco jumped back in with the ColecoVision and also with the Coleco Gemini, which was their clone of the 2600. Intellivision jumped in, or Mattel rather jumped in with the Intellivision. So the Mattel, which was a, does Mattel still exist, or did they get bought by somebody? Can't remember. Anyways, Mattel was basically they make toys basically, but they had a hand in making a game system at one point, and that was the Intellivision. And then there was, who are the other key players? I know like Casio made something in that era. Trying to remember. I have all of them like here, but it's hard for me to remember which is where. Nintendo skipped that generation, but they had stuff in the first generation. What were the other ones? Like Commodore 64. And Commodore VIC-20, which were both computers, but like a weird, like kind of a hybrid between a computer and a game console. So Commodore got into the space with those. Yeah, there were a couple others, like a bunch of others. There were like 12 or 13 major companies that kind of stepped into the second generation. But then what happened was effectively, like, in my opinion, there was effectively a third generation that happened, but people were still kind of treating it as the same generation. And the only way that people were competing with each other was to get as many games out onto the market as possible to show that they had a bigger collection of games. But there was no quality control whatsoever. So basically, the companies started just shipping games. Like, they were making like games in a week or less in some cases. So like, some of the stuff that they could do in that era was just insane in terms of the speed and, like, because they were so small. Like, the games were all like single screen games for the most part. Like, there were a few exceptions where like Adventure has multiple screens, and Pitfall is one of the more notable ones. But like, there were a lot of games that were like, here's Pac-Man, but like worse and on our console. And like, so they could spit out some of these games super, super quickly. So what basically happened was Atari tried to put out another console to compete with the Intellivision and the ColecoVision, which were significantly more powerful than the 2600. I'm trying to figure out how I should manipulate this, because it's got like a weird double height thing here. I want to open it up. How many tiles do we have here? 4. And we need 6, right? I think, yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna double from the middle, I think. All right. So yeah. So Coleco and Intellivision had a significantly more powerful console than the 2600 was capable of. And Atari was getting into some computer stuff, so they had the Atari 400 and 800 computers, and they were working on a successor to the 2600. There was a prototype made called the 2700. I think it was called, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the 2700. And they were testing out some really cool tech and stuff, and like things that were way ahead of their time. Like, they had wireless remotes, but they used like strong RF signals and stuff. And so because of that, they couldn't get it approved because it was literally interfering, or capable of interfering with like garage door openers and stuff, because of the amount of signal, because of the signal strength and stuff to make it work. But yeah, it was an interesting era. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. So basically, Coleco had put out this console. Atari was working on one, but it wasn't seemingly coming together. So what they ended up doing was they took their 400 and 800 computer tech, and they like shoved it into a box. So they were like the first company to do that. Nowadays, like pretty much all of the consoles are that, where they just kind of shove a computer into a box. Other than like Nintendo's console, obviously the Switch is different, but like that's effectively like since the PS3 era, well, PS4 really, because the PS3 kind of has this weird architecture, but PS3 and the Xbox was really the one that started it. The original Xbox was basically just a PC in a box, right? And the first company to really try to do that was Atari. And so basically Atari took their 400 and 800 computer tech, slimmed it down slightly, like very slightly, and shoved it into a box and called it the Atari 5200. And it didn't do well. It did really poorly. It was expensive, huge, had other weird problems, like the electrical connection on it was like really sketch. If you plugged it in a certain way, it would just spark, easily could cause house fires. Like, it was, yeah, let's just say not the best put together piece of technology. But they were trying to rush something out there to compete. It was, I mean, it was a stronger console, and it was kind of better than, like, or at least it was more capable than the 2600 was capable, was. It was more capable than the 2600 was. But it clearly had issues, and it did not do fantastically well. But yeah, so they did the 5200 to try to compete, and basically gave up on it sort of. Like they made some games for it for sure. Like it's not like they completely gave up on the idea, but compared to the 2600, which they continued to support because it was still selling better. In fact, the 2600 was still sold until like 94. So from like 78, I think, was when the 2600 first shipped, all the way into 94. I think it's like the longest selling console of all time, or at least one of them. And yeah, so it, like, that console did really well, whereas the 5200 not so much. And because the 2600 was still doing super well, they just kind of kept going with it. They kept making more games for it, and basically nobody was buying the 5200. But they started just churning stuff out, and again, like, there was like no quality control at the time. They were just trying to hit quotas and get games out. So at some point, the consumer market, having not had like a definitive authority on like where you could look for reviews or anything like that, and the sheer number of games that were coming out, like, I think there were over 1,000 games coming out like a year across the different consoles at one point, something crazy like that. It may not have been 1,000, but it was in the hundreds at the very least. And so because of that, and the fact that there was no quality control and nobody really knew what was worth buying, people stopped buying altogether because enough bad things had come out and burned people that people were just like, I'm done. I'm not going to invest in this anymore. And that ended up with another crash. So that was the crash of 84, 82, I think. And then basically that killed game consoles in the West. Like, completely, for like 4 years. Everybody stopped making new game consoles in the West. And that's when Japan started getting into the scene in a big way. Sega and Nintendo were, there was not really the same kind of crash there because they were kind of their own market at the time. And Nintendo had skipped the second generation, but was basically preparing for the next generation with the NES. And yeah, so they built the Famicom, which was the Japanese version of the NES, and that was what basically started the third generation. And it was released actually the same time, like, I think it was literally the same day as Sega put out their SG-1000 console in Japan as well. And in Japan, the SG-1000 didn't do that poorly. Sales were, I think, pretty comparable to Nintendo's console, but Nintendo was very smart in how they handled, the rollout to the West was a big deal. Sega kind of missed that whole market for a while. So, but yeah, so that the second generation died. A lot of companies died. Coleco never made a console again. They were bought by, was it Philips? Did Philips end up buying them? So maybe technically Coleco was still in it if Philips ended up buying them, because Philips did come back in with another console later. But Coleco itself did not exist at the same way, for sure. They were a big player in both the first and second gen, and they had finally been slain. And then let's just grab this half and pull this out. And Atari did continue on, but they took to their time for sure. They were much more cautious. They actually initially did release the 7800 kind of right away, but then they stopped and waited and remarketed it like a couple years later. But it would ultimately not be proven to be very successful in the long run. Let's see, is there a piece of this that I can use that's not got a window in it? No, so we're gonna have to replace these. That's okay. We'll grab this. Oh, I can't use that because of that piece. Are these both corner? I wonder if there's only corner pieces. That could be a problem. Well, we'll see. What's this thing called, actually? I'll have to look at that one. Yeah, so Atari survived barely. They were still, I mean, they had started to do their computer thing, and that was going better. But their games console division was not doing super well. And yeah, like Mattel never came back. Coleco died. Basically, like every Gen 2 console manufacturer stopped completely, and that was the second major crash. And then, so like the next generation started with the NES really here, and so from the NES to 2008 with the big financial crash, the Great Recession, as it's currently still being called, there was not really another major crash in the same way. But then the recession caused a pretty big crash of a certain section of the market, which was like the kind of like mid-tier developers, the ones who were making things but needed to get publishers to get stuff onto console. Many of them failed, and like many of the large ones failed. Like some of them not right away, but certainly it happened over time. Like THQ was another like one of those, for example. Relic, or not Relic, Radical. Relic got bought around that same time period for similar reasons. Basically, like a ton of these studios either got absorbed by other companies and were really not the same company anymore. It was just their IP is now somebody else's, and they sort of exist in name, or they went away completely. In the case of many of them, that's weird. Why are there two of these pieces? Oh, there's more than two of these. Okay, what is going on here? Interesting. Did I duplicate this multiple times? Are there multiple of these pieces? No, just that one section had a. Oh, weird. Okay. But yeah, so there's been a couple of game crashes, but the typical cycle for the industry in terms of like doing well seems to be like 10 years or so. It's just that there was like a gap kind of prior to 2008 where things just kind of get like things got cheaper and cheaper to make at the same time that you could make better and better quality things for a little while. So like the tools got better and better, but the technology was improving to the point where you could do a lot more. And then it kind of plateaued, in my opinion. So at a certain point, graphics fidelity no longer like processing power was no longer like a limiting factor in terms of what you could make. It was now just kind of creativity and like resources. And that's basically what caused the next crash, really, in a lot of ways. The time was right with like the tool sets were getting better, but we're not great yet. Arguably they got worse again for a while, and got overly complex. But yeah, so that's, yeah, there's been a couple crashes. Yes, the game industry has crashed again, and it will continue to do this on cycles until we find a way to make our industry more stable, which was the hope with the way that some of these companies were going about things in the last generation, but I don't know that they went about it the right way necessarily. What is this piece? It's just like a little bit of trim. All right. Which is why we are in the situation we are now. Yeah. Sustainability, like, I don't know. I have a lot of opinions about the way that the industry is currently run and the way that it's laid out and the kind of like mentality behind game creation these days. But it's for another time. Yeah. Um I'm gonna delete that and just pull this whole wall up, I think. Yeah, there's like, I mean, there's a lot of change then, and that's definitely like a thing, but I don't think it's the change that's causing the issues. I think it's the like way that the industry is structured, really. That's the big problem. And unfortunately, I don't see that changing anytime soon. Because nobody who has real money is taking the time to look at that and like think about the way that things are structured. And that's really the problem. It's too bad that you can't draw right now. I get it though. Like when I'm doing a lot of design work, I just lose, and it's a fatiguing in a very specific kind of way. So I lose motivation to do certain types of things. Um, why do I have ghosts sitting under my level? Oh, so these are chair like node things. So it's showing you that like a character will sit in this direction when they try to sit on this chair. And I think these nodes are letting the AI know that it can be accessed. I don't know why they're spread out in the way that they are. Um, but yes, I believe that is why it is as such. Why can't I select this in a way that will let me see it? So like this is the stool itself. Yeah, it has the whole thing attached to it. NPC stool, player house ruin. Yeah. So that's one extra piece that I can shove in there. I need to get another one. Actually, I'm gonna go by the roofing tiles because they're already like perfectly set up. So let's go here. And then we're gonna do one more. Actually, it's gonna be hard to pull that from there. I'm just gonna go here, grab all this, pull this farther out first, duplicate this, pull this over. Good. And now we can match it up. There we go. Now that's going to be the right width for our shop. It's going to be a pretty massive gift shop. Interestingly, these don't line up too well because of this weird trim. I need to find this trim. Let's go find this trim. Plat trim. Plat trim. Edge. Corner. Edge short. Okay, so this one is a corner piece, I believe. So we don't want that. This is the edge piece. It's just a single-sided edge. Okay. I wonder if they have. So that is this an end piece actually? Yeah, it's an end piece. We don't want a corner, free corner, corner, and single. What's single? Oh, interesting. It's like a whole, like a singular platform level. Trim, corner, and edge. Okay, so there's different styles of them. What is this one? Wood. Okay, so let's go find the wood ones here. So it looks like the singles are going to be their friends for this little journey here. These are two different. What's different about them? Trim L single and trim single. Oh, okay. No, that is definitely not. So, oh wait, hold on. Singles are, oh right, we want edges or something. Edge is our friend, not single. There's only a singular edge piece, so I guess that is the one we're using. Pull this over. That is not at all the same. So there's something I'm missing in terms of the naming convention of this thing. Oh, it's wood PS. Okay, wood, not BSPS. So it's going to be these pieces. So it's this edge then. Cool. Pull that over, pull it in. There we go. It looks like it needs to be turned 180 degrees. Oh, yep. And then pulled this way. Okay, that looks good. We'll duplicate it, move it here, and turn it 180 degrees. Interesting. It doesn't line up with this one. Oh, now it does. Because I have to still move all these things on grid. Oh, that is my baking timer. Give me a second. It's looking good, but needs some more time now with the lid off. All right, so that's gonna sit there. And it looks like these go right on the edges, probably. Yeah. Is this on grid? Yes. Okay, good. So we're gonna try to make sure all the stuff goes on grid. We're gonna have to pull this down. This is on grid already. I'm not sure. I think I put this one on grid when I created it. Yeah, I think so. Okay. Grab this, duplicate that, move it over here. And that's going to be interesting. Oh yeah, because there's just going to be this floor piece that's going to go slot in there, and we're going to seal off that seam. You finished your cauliflower? Awesome. How was it? Or are you just finished making it? Okay, now that's aligned. Pull this down. A bit of a lip there, but that's all right. Just gonna have to pull all these pieces individually probably, or at least close to individually. Nice. And I'm gonna need to I need to come up to 3 squares. Are there multiple of these, or are they all the same type? It looks like they're all the same type. That makes it easy. So I'm just gonna do this, and then I'm going to go like this, and duplicate, and duplicate. Okay. I'm gonna get this whole side lined up first and on grid, and then I'll deal with the other side. This one's already on grid, right? Oh, no, it's not. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna have to get rid of this wall because they don't have curved windows on the top floor of this building, but that's all right. We'll fix it later. Just get it in the right place for now. Nice. Okay, get these. There we go. And this one's already good. Let's pull these over here. Get them to be a bit mismatched, so that way it's less obvious that they're repeating. And now that's interesting. Floating dead guy. Skeleton clothed. Oh, I see. They probably havoc settled him. But I don't need a dead skeleton here. Or this debris stuff. And we're going to grab and duplicate this wall. Wow, this wall is all huge pieces. Interesting. That could be a problem. Well, we'll see how it matches up. It should be okay. That's that much bleed should be okay. Well, but this is going to be a building that's like in use, so I don't really want like a ton of skeletons around. There's going to be skeletons in some specific places, but I don't want them in like the main areas. Because this is, I'm going to populate with this with live people, so it wouldn't make sense to have dead people in here. Take these pieces. Actually, let's get these on grid first. Pull that down. Okay. So now these are on grid. Come on. Just need these. And I need this one. Great. Okay. Duplicate that. Pull it over here. Oh, they are not currently both on grid, actually. Pull these guys up. Now these are on grid. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to grab this. Actually, which parts are not on grid? Here. This one specifically. Is this one over here on grid? No, now it is. And this one is not. Okay, delete that pile. Now we're gonna fill in this area. Actually, what I want to do is put a staircase right up the middle, I think. Is what I was thinking, is having a staircase come up here so that there's like an opening kind of here. Or maybe have it come up right in the middle. So there's this kind of like, you know, those like two height ceiling things. What are those called? Like, so you can put like a balcony around an atrium. Is it an atrium? That's I think that's the word I was looking for. But yeah, so I'm gonna do that. But first, let's just get our. Oh, come on, that should have duplicated. Here we go. Excellent. Just make sure I didn't duplicate that. Okay, good. So, and then I'm gonna cut out a hole here for a stairwell. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to flip these around. Something is off with these. They do not align. which ones don't align and why. So this needs to align there. This one needs to align here. That means something else should be misaligned as well then, though. But it doesn't look like anything is. Well, I'll keep an eye out on that. Anyways, what I was going to do is... What is an ossuary again? Oh, this is weirdly... Something is wrong. One of these sides is not like the other. Okay, so when I put these two pieces together, I didn't shift this whole layer back, I guess. So then this comes... Actually, so that means that this one is out of place. Weird. Something is oddly... Is this... Oh, this one. Ah, here, I see now. Yeah, now that's right. Oh, a room... Oh, yes. Like a reliquary. Cool. Okay. And I need another pillar set, I think. But I'm also going to need another pillar specifically on this side. Because it needs pillars. I think I want to put them closer to that, though. Is there a reason that this is specifically here? Like, is it covering a weird end piece of some kind? Not really. So I could put it on the corner of this. Okay. Putting that there. Oh, no. Interesting. The cap is not going to work out for me. Well, we'll see. I do want to put another pillar somewhere, though. I definitely need to put one back here, but I was trying to figure out if I could place them all in this row first and then pull the row through. Why did they place this one here? Probably to match these two guys up, right? Yeah. They can match the rails up. Because it's weird to have like 3 on one side and 1 on the other side. But when they were all together... Oh, I guess they were every rail piece. Interesting. I mean, I could adjust this. This is bleeding out a lot. So I could adjust this so that it covers that end cap. Let's see. I'm just going to duplicate this and shove this on this side. There. Okay. That's too far, really, but just want to see. Like, that would work. That's probably all right. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to do something like that then. I'll pull this guy in. These don't match up now with their seams. Which is probably okay. This seam looks a lot nicer. This looks very contiguous, whereas this one doesn't. I wonder if there's like an orientation I could spin this to make it look better. Ooh. Yeah. So they tile in only one direction, it looks like. Interesting. If I pull this piece in, is that going to come inside the wall here? Or is it still good? It still looks good. It's good for a while, yeah. Okay, I might do that, I might not. It depends on how much bleed it's gonna have on this side, because we don't want to bleed this too far into the building. Let's just finish up this wall first before we start thinking about that kind of stuff. So we are gonna have this door. I don't know if the door's on this side or the other side. But I do believe it's on the side and not in the center. So I'll have to look at that. So for now, I'll just put a wall piece there. Grab one of these. Slip that there and put another one down. This one goes back. And back. All right. And then up a bit. There we go. It's gonna need another 2 trim pieces and a floor piece. So let's get those in place. Where did the... Oh, interesting, because I grabbed that one last. So let's... Ugh. No. Ugh. Really? Okay, grab this one last so that I'm on that pivot instead of the other one. There we go. We're gonna shove this stuff backwards. That's better. Still good up top. Yep. We'll deal with the windows in a bit because I don't know exactly where they're going to go and how many I'm going to need. I'm going to have to reference the actual exterior model to make sure we get it right. Which might also change. Oh, there's my timer again. One moment. Okay. Last 10 minutes and then the bread is done. It's looking pretty great though. It's one of the best loaves I've made, I think. All right. So we got this side all figured out. What was I talking about before I went to grab my bread? I forget. Oh yeah, I have to check out the main model. And I might have to look at the main model in terms of sizing too. It might be that I made this too big. But we'll see. I don't want to worry about it too much yet because we're gonna have to replace a bunch of stuff on here. But I just want to get the main idea figured out. So once it's in place, it'll make a big difference. How can I grab this without grabbing the floor? Can if I hit T, can I grab all of this? There we go. Didn't grab completely everything. Try again. Over top of these. And grab all of that. And unselect that. Excellent. And I want to drop this down. And drop it down again. Nope. Right, because the stuff on the shelves are not going to be perfect. Can I havoc settle the whole thing? No. Doesn't havoc settle. Does this havoc settle? No. It's a static mesh with no ability to do that. I will add something like that, but not yet. Okay. I'm not going to worry about these too much actually right now. I just want to make sure that we get the main floor layout done. And I want to get a staircase going in here. Actually, I think I might grab the same stairs that I had in those other houses that I may not use in those other houses. So they were stairs. Not brick, they were wood, and probably these? No. Wow, that's actually a very good railing though. That's like perfect. It needs an end cap, it looks like. On both ends. Let's see if we can find the stairs that match this. This is supposed to be left and the other one's supposed to be right. I don't know how you tell where do they consider left and where do they consider right? Is it left from the bottom of the staircase or left from the top of the staircase? These are rail stairs 01. So there should be a stairs 01. This is small. It's gonna be probably like, no, they're all small. I feel like they won't be small. Oh, I guess they are small. Rail? Oh, they are. Interesting. Okay, so it's maybe these. Wow. For small stairs, they are not small. Unless SM means something else, but that is not at all small. That's what I'll say. That's sick though. They're a little bit wide for our purpose here. I wonder if we have a less wide staircase or if they only have this width. I mean, we could open the floor up further, which is not the worst idea in the world, but that's like a massive staircase for a building this size. Let's see if we can find another one that's not quite as large. See, that's a shorter tread length, but what I want is like a half size. Half. Okay, here we go. Half one. Perfect. Okay, so we're gonna go there. Come up to these. Pull this over. Is that lined up correctly, or is that like inside of it? It's hard to tell. Nope, yeah, that's correct. No, it is inside of it. How do we... Does it have to come forward a bit more? Like there? Yeah. Okay. So then where does it end? It ends on the actual stair. I see. So then... you need an end cap for this. So just say there's an L and an R piece for this, so maybe we should try to find... the matching one. Oh, that is trim. Oh, I don't need the trim, although that's... Actually, the trim would be a good idea, but like, it goes on here, right? What does trim be? That's like interior trim? Like trim on the inside of the thing? I need half if I'm going to use one of those, but I think I can just use the individual left and right side. Well, do they have a half one? Maybe they have half. Half, block, block, short, tiny, short. No. So I could just use one of the trim pieces then. But what I want to do is find the railing, which was SM stairs. PS. rail right. Because this one's left, right? Yeah. Okay, so it does have a pivot point here that indicates, so right, it means right from the entry of the staircase going upwards. That's an interesting thing to take note of. There and there. Right? No, one too far. There. Cool. Very cool. All right, and then we need rail stairs tiny. What is stairs tiny? What is this? I cannot see anything. Is it so tiny that it's invisible? Oh, I see. It's a very short stair rail. What about this trim thing? Because I guess it's to hide this. So there's got to be like a nice piece of trim. So stairs 02, stairs 01. So we can't use B because that's the weird double-sided one. We have to use the left and right. Pull this in here. It's going to match up with that. And then over here. Oh, interesting. It's trim for the interior. Okay. So we don't need the trim then. It's trim for like the treads like that. So that it matches like a wall trim, I think. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense, not necessary, because we're having a floating staircase here. I'm gonna move this whole thing. Cannot see T. T to target, I guess. Focus target. Is that why it's T? Focal target, something like that. Make sure I'm only selecting the pieces I care about. It looks like I might be selecting something else because this point is out here. Yep, I'm also selecting this railing. Undo that. Deselect this railing. There we go. Okay, move you out of the way. Oh, and I think my bread is done now. Give me a second. My bread is done. Would you like to see it? I can bring it in front of the camera if you're interested. Okay, let's double check, make sure all that's lined up. That looks great. All right, give me a second. I'll bring it to the thing. Bread. Yep, it is done. Looks pretty good. I screwed up one side. You can't really tell because of the way I was holding it, but like it's a little indented because of when I put the dough into the pot, but it's fine. All right, let's look for the rest of the rails to do this whole section so that these don't have like weirdly invisible end cap things. Do they have that on the bottom too? Oh, they do. Okay. Let's do. What would the rail be called? BLD wood PSM. And then I want rail pieces, rail stairs, rail corner. Okay. So it looks like, and then just rail will get us everything we need. Broken cap. Cap seems about right. Yeah, that looks good. Come over here. Excellent. Interesting. So it sits out like that. Okay. Kind of weird that it has this little bit here. Is there a different type of cap? Cap 2. That is going in the opposite direction, but it is the same cap, it looks like. If I flip this around. Look pretty much the same to me. I don't know why they made a 1 and a 2. But okay. What about corner? Oh, I see. It's like a full corner, which would be great for this area, except that it's like 3 times the size of what we need. All right. Just double check. Yeah, that's huge. It's not gonna. Oh, actually. Maybe. Is there like a U-shaped stair corner rail, like a U rail meet wall, corner out? Is that like a different, what is? Oh, okay, corner of a rail going outwards. Square is like just the square. Stairs or stairs, straight, short, straight. U. Here we go. U shape. Ooh. Do half my work for me. Wonderful. Let's shove this right there. Perfect. This is gonna go great. And then we're gonna do a straight piece here. I wonder, it's kind of annoying that it does have that like meetup line, but I guess that's just how it's designed. So they would have pillars. That's why they put the pillars blocking things like that. Is there like a corner piece I could use that I could shove in there? Like, is there a post? Maybe these corners will work for that. Oh wait, no, that's corner like thing. These caps are those things, which is not what we need. It doesn't look like they have it. Too bad. What do they do on the small rails here? They just end in those kinds of pieces as well? Yeah. So then they just meet them up into a pillar or something so that you don't see the weird connection points. Okay. I mean, yeah. It'll be fine. We could do, maybe we could do this. Pull one of these guys. I just duplicated it, but it didn't seem to duplicate. Okay, just gonna undo enough things to make sure I 100% didn't do something stupid. Let's move this over here. Plop this down, shove this here. And will that meet the ceiling? Not in the way that is currently set up, but it could if I pull the ceiling down a bit. I also need to still continue on the ceiling pieces here. Let's do that. Duplicate, pull these, duplicate, pull those. That'll be fine. Yeah, we can do something like that. And does that then meet up? Oh, it does. Okay, so it's kind of built for those pillars. So we now need a piece that's short that's going to cover those pieces. I'm hoping that they have one that will work for this. Straight, short. Ooh, this is going to be a pain. They don't. It's too long. Their short piece is too long. It would be nice if they had smaller sections than these. Because what is the straight piece? Like super long, right? Yeah. Tiny, but that's for the tiny stairs. Straight. Corner. Unfortunately, this looks like we might not be able to use this shape exactly like we wanted it to. We'll have to make it either large enough that we can do the full tread length and meet up two corners right in the corner, or shorter. If we move the stairs to one side, and then we use two corner pieces, is this long enough for this short piece? Yeah. Okay, we could do something like that then. We'll just have this opening here. Which way would the opening be? Probably into the space, right? Yeah, I'm thinking into the space rather than the other side. Like there. Then we'll grab this guy. Come on. Come on. Pull this over here. So it's going to be like there. We're going to meet. We're going to do the same thing on the other side. Is there going to be any weird holes? No, good. They did model the face there, which is good. Okay. So what I need to do is find some way to match these up. Actually, it's probably okay. They're really made to have like a pillar in these corners. So I could like shove a pillar there and hope that it just looks okay to bleed them in. Yeah, that's fine. You don't need to see the end piece. You just have the thing go right into it. That's a good solution. It'll work. And we could, I guess, do the same thing on this corner, except that that would be awkward, as you're like walking right into a pillar. Although, if we have that there, then we can use one of these. Is this a corner for this thing? Oh wait, no. I keep thinking corner. It's not corner, it's cap, right? Okay, so we have the U shape, straight, 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 tiny. These are all stair pieces specifically, and then yeah, it has to be the cap. So come here, cap, for the stairs. Yeah, that's good. That'll work. And we'll duplicate. Actually, I'm gonna move this one onto this side. It's just gonna be awkward looking. Unless we put another pillar there. There's got to be a better way of covering these, but I'll do this for now. It's not the worst looking thing in the world, actually. So I'll just get rid of that cap that's there. And then we'll move it onto the other side. There. And this will just go into that pillar, and that's fine. Ugh, gotta come this far. Now that's not fine. I'm gonna move this one. Nope, I'm gonna have to play with it to be perfectly in there. Just gonna hide it inside these pillars so we don't see anything weird. Let's put it like even-ish. Good enough. And now we don't see the end cap sticking out. Looks good enough, I think. It doesn't look out of place. I was thinking it might look too crowded with the pillars, but they're not that bad, although this is a problem. Oh, we can pull these forward, though. We don't have to have that meeting there. Oh, uh-oh. Put it back on the grid, please. Grid snapping. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine now. So this one's too far forward, too, right? There we go. There we go. Okay. Probably not to building code to have your railing run into the pillar right at the top of the stairs, but it's not the worst thing in the world, and it solves a problem for us. So that's fine. These corners are fine, although we could just put the pillars there as well to give it that continuity. That's better looking anyways. And that now it looks like it's actually supporting the ceiling structure and stuff. And so what I think I should do is try to mirror these on the bottom floor as though they're holding up the supporting structure for the whole thing. They don't need to 100% match. Like I can get rid of this one probably. But these should probably all meet up. And then this one, which is the continuation of that one, also doesn't need to be there because we've got supports on either side of it. That one should be there. That one has this one next to it. So we just need to put another pillar somewhere around here, probably. But, I mean, that's there. It'll be fine. But now this has good continuity. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. The cashier, which is what this counter sort of looks like, is going to become a much larger counter because it's going to be merged with the library counter. I'm gonna hide you for a second. Actually, yeah, okay. Just want to make sure I can do that. All right. If we, oh, am I still selecting that even though it's hidden? No. Okay, good. It's gonna go over here. I want to be able to select these, and I want to unselect this and unselect this and then select that and select this so that my point that I'm grabbing is closer to the object and don't have to look into the middle of space. It's gonna go right about there, but it's gonna come and wrap around this way, so I'm just gonna put this over here for now. Okay, great. And now let's unhide those pieces. Why is there a missing roof piece? Did I delete something by accident? Did I move something by accident? Oh, I had been selecting this because this was on there. I was wondering why I was grabbing something that didn't seem like it should be grabbed. The problem why with putting these pivots in the places they are. Okay, why is that now not matching up to anything on the grid? Oh, because I rotated it. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. That's looking pretty good. Okay. So let's save this. And now I want to look at the exterior of this and make sure I figure out where the windows go and stuff. So let's go back to our Commonwealth location for this building. And see if we need this much extra length or not as well. I remember it being wider than I had initially expected it to be, but I also think it's shorter than this by probably 1 block length. 3, 2. So the main story that I'm going to be doing is basically exploring. So all the vaults in this game, in Fallout 4, from what I can tell, I don't know if there's any vaults that are control vaults. I had the notes on that, but pretty much everyone was used for testing. So the main storyline is that basically, like, something I don't understand is there's all these people who, hold on, live in this world, many of which came out of a vault at one point or whose ancestors came out of a vault. And yet nobody wonders, like it's like having gone through the games multiple times, like, you know that there's testing that has gone on the vaults, and like a lot of the overseers find out that there was tests being conducted on their vaults. This is the building, so this is much smaller outside. We're gonna need to cut that down significantly, actually. Interesting. It looks much bigger on my thing, but it does go down here. It's fine if it extends a little bit bigger, but I think it's too big. So we're gonna cut down we're gonna take out the 2 pieces we put in. We have 3 windows and then 2 windows. But this is quite a different building, actually. I don't know why it seems so much bigger, because when you compare it to this structure, which is huge, it doesn't look like it's that much smaller. But I guess it's this back street is lifted up. Yeah, okay, it goes up. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna cut that down significantly. It's gonna be quite a different design now. That's okay. Good thing we checked. But yeah, so it's gonna get 3 windows and a door, and then 2 windows up top, and no windows on the sides. Sorry. One thing that I could never figure out is why, like, everybody knows, or like a lot of people know that the vaults were like used as testing places, and yet like nobody seems to like look into it at all. So I'm trying to create a faction whose job is, or like, full of people who were curious about like the experiments that happened on the vaults. So some of the characters are going to have been from a vault where they were experimented on in some horrible way and they managed to escape, and they're going to be in a vendetta to like understand what basically happened to them and why. Okay, no problem. And some of them will be just more like people who were here, like have been wandering the wasteland and like stumbled upon some weird things about the vaults and got curious and whatever. So yeah, basically the stories are going to be those kinds of things. So there's going to be a couple characters who, like, there's going to be one character who's like out to understand like why the things that happen to them, And then you'll have another character who's like more concerned about just like the science behind it all, and there will be like some conflicting views in that as well, where like some characters might disagree with the points of other characters. So all the stuff we added we actually don't need, but that's okay. It was worth trying it out anyway, and we needed to get everything on grid regardless. And at least we now know how this is constructed, so if we ever want to do something like this again, we're good. And I'm gonna have to pull some of this out. I'm gonna pull a little bit from this side and a little bit from the other side. But yeah, so that's the gist of it. Is like you're gonna have conflicting views about like how the information should have been treated and should be treated now. Some people will be like, well, we shouldn't let this research go to waste, and other people are like, well, what they did was terrible. The research shouldn't exist at all. But everybody's gonna kind of agree that at least we should gather the research and try to like figure out why it happened or like what happened here. So that's kind of like the main quest, is that part of it, and then there's like the morality part of it that will occur kind of as you talk to the different characters and they have different viewpoints and stuff. So I'm going to chop out these pieces. Oh, not that. Well, that's fine. Whatever. These pieces. And we're going to slam this whole section in one. Except for these pillars, which we put in. Oh, I'm pulling that rail too. Oh well. I'll move it later. Now that's all lined up. It's not as grand of a place as it was, but it's fine. And I'm gonna have to adjust that by hand again. I kind of like these red carpet things, so I'm gonna keep one or two of them around. I'm gonna get rid of that dirt for now. If they fit though, because this space is significantly smaller than it was, so it might not fit. Oh well. Red carpet's gone now. This chair, not needed. I'll move those chairs later. Just want to get all this stuff in line. All right, and do the same with this side. Grab all of this, and then make sure we're not grabbing anything we don't need. These pillars specifically. And actually this pillar as well. Probably that pillar too, but we'll see how it lines up here. Nice. Okay. That's roughly the shape the house is. It's still a little bit big. We don't need this pillar here. Actually, hold on. That's the pillar we do need. Ugh, can't see. We don't need this pillar. And we don't need this pillar. Actually, we should put some pillar there. Undo that last one. Let's just move this guy. Hooray. Yeah, good enough for now. This one. There we go. Something was off with that. Now it is not. We'll move these things. Still makes sense to have those meet up. Oh, hold on. Something is not matching up here. Still. Did I not move it far enough? I can just pull these in. There we go. And one more. There we go. Okay. So it was 2 windows, so this one's not a window. Not a window piece. This piece will be shifted over. So these are going to be walls on these sides. I don't know if we need these inset this far, but I'll put them inset for now. This is going to be moved over. This one is going to be moved there. Okay, and then I'm going to duplicate this part and put it here. I think these are too far forward, maybe. Yeah, probably there is better. Oh, grab that, pull that with it. There's an overlap there right now. I could try to shove this way. I don't know how much room I have. Okay, I have enough. Something like that. I think this is too far behind still. Pull that up to there. Move this. How did that one line up perfectly? Or does it not line up perfectly? It kind of does. Why doesn't this one? Is one of these not on grid? That's on grid. This should be on grid. That's... Is there like a sweet spot? Yeah, okay, there's a sweet spot. Cool. That's better. Okay, let's pull that to that point. Yeah, that looks good. It won't match up completely with the exterior, but that's fine. Okay. So that's better. I think it's too deep is the next problem. So we're going to have this match up into the... So this is going to end up not having a rail on this side. It's going to be a wall. Yeah, because this is going to be matching to the interior wall of the building. Okay. So we're going to delete these pieces out. Oh, I don't know what I grabbed there. Oh, okay, it didn't. That. This. Like I could just delete out the whole thing, but I think I want to keep some of these pieces, they think. I don't need these chairs. These are weirdly placed for what I'm using this for. I might keep the folded ones. We'll see. I'm just going to shove them in here for now. Let's shove some of this stuff over. This guy. Oh, this guy, and it's garbage. Needs more than that. There. And this. There we go. Just get it out of the way. Alright, that's looking fine. This is the pillar. There are corner pillars, so we should pull those in. Oh, a little too far. That's perfect. Okay, and then this bottom floor, same kind of thing. I don't need this trash pile, for one. These walls are not okay because they have windows and there's no windows on the side. This wall needs to go down, duplicate it, move it over. Okay. And this whole section I want to keep. It won't exist exactly like that. That is all right. This is getting deleted too. There's no corner window. Duplicate this guy. Move it over here. This is, there we go. Now on grid. Some of these things aren't lined up because I didn't line up the floor for that area. Yeah, I didn't line up the floor for this one. You can see right there. Okay, pull that down. Now it lines up. And this one is also not lined up because I didn't touch that one either. There we go. Cannot see. Trying to see what's over on this side over here. Okay, that's just the entryway. That's all on grid already. Good. That is 2. Come on, grab this. There we go. Put that down. These do have windows. Nice. And it was window, door, window, window, right? Yeah. So these are already good, which is great for me. I don't have to mess with it. Okay. Check out this corner. I'm going to delete the garbage. I can mess with that later. And I want to keep a bunch of these bookcases around, but I don't need them in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this whole section. And then I'm going to deselect these pieces. I'm just going to pull these completely out of here because we're going to chop this whole section out now. Gone. Now it's the right size. I don't know why these are here. I'm just going to delete those. And I don't know why this exterior stuff is here either. I'm just going to delete that as well. Yep. And the upper area shouldn't have windows either. So what I'm going to do is grab... Oh, interesting. I could grab the whole double-sized wall and pull these over. And that is fewer pieces, so theoretically it should load a little bit better. It's not going to be a huge difference, I don't think, but it's something. Delete these pieces, this piece. I'm going to keep that one there for a second so that I can line these up correctly. Yeah. It wasn't on grid before though, right? If I pull this... Okay, so that should come forward probably. There. So it lines up with this thing. Yep, okay, good. Perfect. I can see through it better too, except for this one side, which has all the windows, which is fine. Awesome. So it's still got a big openness feel to it. And then this is going to connect into the rest of the building. I'm probably not going to keep this railing, but we'll see. I still like the idea of having that open, and there is going to be like a It's not, it is going to be a balcony that meets up with this. It's just going to be a different style. So figuring out how to blend the two is going to be a thing. But yeah, this is good. So this is like the gift shop. I'm going to move this counter and this stuff into the library area, or at least it's going to bleed in. This pillar, it's fine for now, but we might want to move these later. Yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna duplicate this though and shove one of these in this corner so that it matches up with the other side, which seems to have pillars going all the way up to mark the stabilization of the area. Although it doesn't have it on that, I mean, but that's a whole brick wall, so it probably is structural. So these probably don't need this either, but I'll just keep with the continuity there. It's got a little bit of a saloony feel to it, which I kind of like. Yeah, okay, let's save this. And let's put all of this in, making sure it's in the right layer, which is the gift shop layer. Great. Now let's turn on our stuff here. See where we're at. Cool. This stuff, hold on, I'm gonna turn off framing for a second here. I'm gonna move this out of the way. I'm just gonna put it over here for now. Turn framing back on. All right. This is gonna be a little bit shorter than I initially thought, so we can adjust these now. A lot of this is a little bit shorter than I initially thought, but that's because when I did this, I did it from a perspective camera like this. So it didn't give me a perfect vision on the top down. So I didn't draw the lines completely accurately, which is fine. Because we can make adjustments now to make it all line up. So this is actually probably longer than it needs to be as well. So we might do that actually. Let's chop this down. Oh. All of these and this, not just that. All right, over here. Bang. And that means that this is probably also still wider than it needs to be, because this wall doesn't need to exist, because it's going to go straight into this flat wall. I was wondering about that before the session actually, so that this is only one section of weird turn wall, which gives us less that we have to work around to some degree. There's still going to be some weirdness, but it's not going to be as brutal. Great. Okay, and I can shove some of this stuff. I can cut out some of this, so let's do that. Because this was feeling like a really long hallway for a washroom. So if we get these, oh, all of these, come on. And then not these walls. Oh, I already didn't have the wall. Okay. I'm just going to pull these up here. And I'm going to chop out one of these. And that's the size that it will be. So I'm going to do the same in here, which is going to be a little bit more complicated. These are all the ones with stuff on them. So actually what I want to do is I want to keep these here and delete. I'll delete, how many do I need to delete? 2 of them. So there's going to be just 3 stalls. That's probably okay. So we will delete these 2 then. Come on. I want to make sure I didn't select something there that I shouldn't have, but it doesn't look like it did. Yes, that's right. We want to delete that part of it, and then we'll pull these parts over. There's ceiling pieces there that I can move, and this light can move up here somewhere. Let's pull this guy over here. And what I'm gonna do is, actually, I could probably just chop out the middle section, would be easier. And pull the whole back wall in. Yeah. We'll do that. Let's pull this over here. Pull this over here. This ceiling piece. Pull that over here. Excuse me. Is that a femur? Oh, no, it's a left arm. It is a bone, though. Then we're just gonna grab. I mean, I don't know which of these lights are gonna be needed and which aren't, but we'll end up having to do it ourselves anyway. We'll just grab that, and now we can grab all of this. Is that perfect? It looks pretty perfect. All right, and then we'll pull this all over. Ugh, no, it didn't grab the stall doors. How did it not grab the stall doors, but it grabbed everything else? Okay, there we go. Make sure that that's still on grid. It looks like it is, and that matches up, which is great. Awesome. Okay. That's a better size for a washroom anyway. I'm gonna just fix these urinals so that they're back against the wall there. And it didn't grab this one again. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to manually move some of this stuff around. That's fine. Okay, so that's gonna go there, and then we're gonna have the sinks and mirrors here, which is fine. That's more reasonable size anyway. And then that's gonna slot in there. This ended up getting chopped down by 2 pieces, right? It's 4 long, not 6. So oh, come on. Grab this, you go up there. Which means we can chop down some of this area. Or just shove this up. Shove this part up. Go up. It's gonna go in 2 pieces. Actually, we should do that first. Okay. What is that part of? It's not framing, right? No. Okay, we'll grab it here. Turn on framing so we can see what we're doing. And we're gonna move this whole section up to about that wall there. It's gonna come in line with this. We're gonna delete these out. And pull this whole thing in. We'll see how this all lines up. 45s again are gonna give us some trouble here. Oh, no, that's grabbing some of that building there. Give me a second here. There we go. Something like that. Okay, and then this part is gonna get tricky. I'm gonna take out the librarian house for this selection. And I'm going to come up here. It's gonna come about there. Um, Summit like that. All right, and I'm gonna delete out the pieces that we don't need, which are gonna be overlapping in weird ways, so hopefully they'll be easy to figure out. Nope. All right. There we go. Got one of them. 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice. Okay, sweet. So that's going to go more like that. And now, where's the librarian house? Show me. That's going to come into about there. Yeah. That seems more correct with the scope of things. It did feel a little bit off before. Actually, I'm going to grab up to here. Just make sure I'm grabbing everything, although it still looks like I'm not grabbing something here. This railing. All right, whatever. And pull this up a bit further, because these walls should line up. Actually, they're not even lined up. They're like here. This one's actually inset a little bit. It's kind of like that. In fact, even further than that. It's about there. We can chop out these wall pieces. But we're going to end up having to line up these anyway. It's fine. Just trying to get this at least somewhat in place where it's going to be. This feels better. It still feels a little bit large. I'm thinking that like this wall might still be a little bit too far. And we might want to take up one panel more and pull this all in a bit more. But we'll figure that out next. Well, not necessarily next. We're going to figure that out later. Just today, I want to make sure that we are adjusting based on the new knowledge we're gaining. So now that we have these figured out, that gives us a better sense of how all these pieces are going to fit together. And these are pretty close to being perfectly aligned. Now that all this all the geo is good. So we could start to think about moving this in place in its orientation. And then basically it's going to be our touch point to build the entire 45 area off of. But because it is... it'll be on grid because it's 45, but it's just going to be in a weird orientation. But yeah, we are going to build from it this way to build out this section, which will inform up to about there. The corners are going to be interesting. We're going to have to come up with some solution to merge them in a way that's elegant. Some kind of seam line merge. I'm going to have to find like a piece of tile or like a beam that we can inset into the ground just a little bit so that it just pokes out and covers the seam. And then maybe have one of the floor pieces be slightly lower than the other so that you don't get any mesh bleeding. Well, we'll figure it out. But that's going to be another time. But we are pretty close to being able to do that. Like this is pretty much perfectly, all the geo for the area is pretty much set up. This meshing I'm going to have to do at another point. But I'm going to probably do all the meshing like kind of at once, because it's going to feel better to do that anyway. I'm just playing with the few meshes that I kept that make sense for the environments. I've kept in place and I've moved them a bit just to give a sense of scale for some of these things. Like the stalls are really kind of geometry, not just meshes. So that's one of the reasons I kept those. But the rest of the stuff, like, we will want to place a bed in here so that we know like what the size of a room should be. The countertops for the kitchen should probably go in as well for when we do that, so that we can figure out where the staircase will go. But yeah, I think that's good for today. So what we accomplished today is we only had a small chunk of this that we had just pulled straight out. It wasn't in the shape that we needed it to be. Now we've got the full two sides of the restrooms. It's to scale with the rest of the area. It's already set up. It just needs to be blended into the scene. So I'm not going to do that until we have the floor that goes above it. But that is done. This one is our gift shop. It's a little high ceilinged at this point because it's got like a peaked roof. If anything, we might want to, like, instead of having this floor raised up here, we might want to lower this floor down so that it gives us more height to play with in terms of how the player would see it, because they come in at ground level and then it's like a peaked roof on the second floor, whereas we want it to feel like, yeah, like we might want to shift this whole floor downward, shift the ceiling downward so that we can get a whole, like a, have with this like lattice work, it kind of feels like it could have a vaulted ceiling here, but it's a little too high right now. So maybe what we want to do is lower this floor, have this floor go the opposite direction, use the same kind of like pieces, the trim pieces and whatever, but have it go that you start off on the cement and then you go down rather than up. So just flipping some of these pieces around. Because there's like a big like cement pad that the house is sitting on, but it's set up, but it's also shorter than it looks. And I kind of want to add that height. And the best way to, I think, do that would be pulling all of this stuff downward and then giving us that. So like this would go down and into the library area rather than coming at library height. Yeah, so because this is probably like this is sort of like a half height. This part at the very least, where these tiles are sort of like a half level up in the actual mesh, or like in the actual exterior mesh. So if we think about it like that, then what we're going to do is we're going to shift this stuff so that actually we're going to shift this part up to meet at about halfway here, but leaving this at the floor height for the library, which would be there, which it is currently at. Actually, let's do that right now, or at least start on it so that we know what we're doing for next time. I'm gonna grab these pieces to start with, and I don't need the pillar, but I definitely need the door piece because that's going to come up about there. Maybe even there. And that still gives us a full height ceiling. All right, and then we're gonna go up with this piece to meet it. And we don't need this rubble right now. And then I'm gonna do the same here. We'll pull this up to meet it. Okay. And then I don't know if we need the U trim piece. We might just need a singular trim piece. Because if we put the U in, it's not gonna work actually. So let's delete the U out. And then we're gonna flip this staircase around. Cool. So that's all gonna match up pretty well. There's still gonna be this railing, but the railing's now gonna be moved upwards. Oh, these are at different heights. Are these off grid? Yeah, okay. Now they're on grid. So these are gonna be up here. We're gonna put those trim pieces in underneath here. We might actually use something bigger than that trim. It actually looks like it's the right height right now. Well, let's grab one and see. Where is my thing? Oh, it's way over here. Is that a really long trim piece or? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. Huh. I didn't realize they were that long, or there was a piece that was that long. So the other one's like a short piece, I guess. That does fill that gap in pretty nicely, actually. Yeah. So then we're gonna grab the two short pieces, push that up, and I'm gonna duplicate it and move it. Oh, hold on. Oh, that's a U piece. That's also a U piece. Okay, interesting. So we're gonna need a different piece of trim. I thought I had, oh, I deleted the ones I had built in. Okay. So if we duplicate this guy and put this over here, that's still hidden by the pillar. Okay, good. It's not bleeding into the stairs or anything weird. Okay, that's fine then. We'll do that. Spin this one 180. I can't see. That is beyond 180. There we go. Oh, no, that's not quite. There we go. Pull it in. Pull it up. Delete this. What is all of that stuff? Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I don't need these bottles. Well, the bottles are kind of cool. I'll just put this in here for now. And this basket. Grab these. I like these meshes. I will have to make them slightly different. These feel lived in, but they don't feel like destroyed, so I'm okay with them. They probably were in the ground. That's probably why that garbage was where it was. Okay, pull this up. Yeah, it was definitely in the ground. If that's pulled up that far. All right, that's there. Where's that basket? There we go. I'm just gonna pull that up there. Oh, can I settle this one? Havoc. Nice. I love the Havoc button. It's such a cool, such a good, well-designed tool. Well designed and fun. Physics can be fun on their own, and that is a good example of it. All right, so that's gonna go into that. So this can't work as is. I could put the staircase like here or something. We'll see. I'll just delete it out for now. Let's duplicate this, move this over. And we'll do another one on this side. It's better. That's kind of bleeding into that mesh right now, but yeah, if we put a rail over top, it won't. For now, I will put a rail there. Now you can't see it. All right. So now you come in up and you come down. That's better. I wonder if we could go a little bit further. Well, no, there's not much height clearance there. Ceiling clearance, rather. Although we could do what they had done and use the trim pieces to block these walls a bit for going down further. And then we could have it... No, because then we can't use those trim pieces on the stage area. Because they're not... we don't have double height ones, I don't think. I can look for them, actually. Let's see that before we end the day here. Trim. Trim edge. Building wood. These are PS pieces. Yeah, there's just the one height, I think. So we couldn't use them if we went down further unless we did 2 sections of them, which is not great. We could do like a wall piece and just shove it in there too, though. It's an option. I'm just trying to make sure that this doesn't feel like it's super, super tall compared to what it actually is. I do want to lower some of these things and shove these down a bit further, I think. Are they going to bleed into the bottom? They are, but we'll block them with this. Okay, and these are too far back, which is why that's happening. Or this whole wall down here is too far back. If we push this inwards, we're gonna have to push all that inwards. Where's this from? Oh, this was the end piece for that. Is there anything that's gonna break? Yeah, because these have to be... Although, yeah, no, I can't move that way by one piece, because then it's just not gonna work. Actually, right now it's not lined up. Now it is. If this moved in, like that one's fine, but if this moved out, it's gonna be out, which is not gonna work because we need those to cover those bits. So we can't move the floor piece, but there's something that's bleeding on the bottom here. So that part is visible. So we're gonna have to pull these walls forward then. Okay, there's enough space, I think, without bumping into these meshes, but maybe there isn't. No. Okay, we'll just move these meshes then. Let's grab these. What have I grabbed here? All right, just gonna push these over here. And this chair now needs to come out over here. That's fine. This and this also need to go away. And we'll pull all of this forward a touch. Just one, I think, will make it. Oh, there we go. Something happened with that. It all went down a bit. I don't think it should go down a bit. Something isn't on grid. Okay, I'm just going to pull that forward. Pull this forward. Make sure that that's blocking that line that is problematic. Come on, I want to see up this hole here. That's a seam now, good. And it's not coming into here, or is it? Oh, it is. I'm gonna have to play with that maybe, because they're currently bleeding a bit. Oh well, we'll figure that out. We might have to put something at the base of this to hide that overlap. But that's okay. Let's just get all these done first. That comes forward. This and this come. Oh, I see. That one's off. This is off. Cool. How much inside of that frame is it? It's pretty in there. It's about right, actually. Would be nice to get them to line up exactly like that, though. I wonder if there's a specific height for that. Is it that? No. Maybe it's too far to one side. No, that seems like the right place. There. There we go. Although it's way higher. See if I can get that to line up from the back here. Something is weird with this. Like, why is it that this one lines up, but this one doesn't? Like, what is going on? That would even be possible, right? Like, that's just weird. I don't know. Are these at different heights? Like something. This is further in than this one. Well, actually, that whole wall has to come inwards, right? Yeah, that's why. Okay, never mind. This wall has to come inwards. Did that just come off grid because of the window piece thing again? No, it's still on grid. And it's still all nicely lined up. Oh, this isn't though. Interesting. So now it's not nicely lined up. Okay, well, whatever. We'll have to manually position the window framing pieces. I think. Mm, 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 mm. There we go. And then this guy comes over here and comes in and there. Oh, this is actually not in the right place. Don't want those to bleed into each other. That's why they had these pillar things. I could just put another pillar in there and have it bleed into one another. It's not a bad idea. So this is kind of like weirdly in a corner now. Yeah, it's a little bit weirdly shoved into a corner. Let's pull this over. Grab another one of these. Well, actually, no, now it feels fine. It just needed to have something to make it feel like it's not off to one side. Okay. What I could do is like grab one of these and lie it on its side. No, because then the bricks are going the wrong way. For this seam here. For actually, no, yeah, it's this one that has problems. Why doesn't this one have problems? Is this not shoved up as high? Oh, I see. Because the windows can be pulled down further, right? It's just this doorway one is the problem. So it's just this piece we're gonna have to hide here. there should probably be another one of these over here. We're gonna have to figure out what to do with this seam. We might just be able to like take two of these and shove that right under the window and hide it. I wonder if I should push these both up a bit higher. But I was also considering just pulling the roof down a bit. But I can't like, I guess I could pull this down. Let's see. Grab all this. Nope, it's not grabbing anything, right? Because these all have weird pivots that are on the bottom to make a perfect cube so that all the floor and ceiling and wall pieces all can be based off the same pivot point. Which makes sense for modeling, but not really for this application. So if this is like down here, is that gonna be weird? Kinda. It's not the worst. It's not ideal, but it's not terrible. I just don't want it to be like super high because of, again, it's supposed to be like a peaked roof. But we also want it to line up with whatever the roof line is on the inside. Probably. Yeah. So we know that this floor and this floor have to match these pieces here. I'm just gonna pull these over for a second, actually. Do we have any flat ones? These here. Duplicate, pull these over. Come on. Oh, come on. Here we go. Oh, what? Oh, we're upside down right now. Get me right side up, please. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we know that the floor has to start there and there, yeah. So they are currently at the heights that they need to be. So this ceiling has to probably go up then. Actually, hold on, pull this back. It could be okay to have a lower ceiling there. We'll just have to have like some kind of edge trim to marry them. But that should be okay. I don't think it's too low. It just isn't ideal with these pillars. We might want to move a different pillar onto the second floor because of the way that the meshes work out. But oh, come on, why is it flipping over? Yeah, but I think that's better. We flipped these orientations around, and I think that makes a lot more sense for this thing specifically. Oh, is that bleeding right now? It is. Pull this forward. That's better. Yeah. So that's better, I think, for our purposes anyway. Unless we could go... Yeah, the only question would be if we could pull this even further down, but then this would be interfering with the door in terms of the height. So it wouldn't really work anyway. Because if we pull this right down, then it's going to be like straight up the height of the door, which is very claustrophobic and definitely not to building code. So we can't really do that. This is pretty much as good as we're going to get in terms of cheating that space so that the exterior doesn't feel like it's totally not matching with the interior. We might want to change out the brick on this section because of the roof line that comes in this way. That's probably okay. Actually, in fact, what we could do, because these are like dormers, we could pull this wall in further. All right, let's do that. Pull this back on the shelf there. And I'm going to pull this forward a bunch. Like, we could go all the way to there. Then pull this in further. So that those stick out, these don't. And that gives it more of that illusion that they are actually like dormers. They're a little bit too... I can't push them back though, because if I push them back, they're gonna leave the floor area. Oh, what is? Yeah. And then there's that problem too. So they can't be pushed back. We could pull them in further. We could pull this whole wall in further. Actually that's not a bad idea. To kind of match up with the fact that there's a roof line. I'm not opposed to that. Let's pull this further in. Pull this further in. I mean, that doesn't line up with that anymore. Do I care? Not so much. And this will fix this mesh issue too. So now there's no overlapping mesh that we have to worry about. Pull this in. And we've just solved our problem with that one thing. And we're gonna pull these guys in here. I don't know if I can grab these without grabbing a ton of other stuff. Oh, I can. Okay, great. Pull these over. And then now I can pull this wall all the way up. Although I pulled this one even further in, right? Yeah. Okay, so we'll pull that even further. This guy's gonna need to move. And now we can move this wall even further in. Can we do even further than that? Yep, one more. Perfect. So now it does feel like you come up these stairs and those are set further in a little bit. Actually, this one needs to come forward a bit more. Why was this one able to come in more? The other one isn't. This comes up to that point. Oh, it is. It's just, I don't know. This one feels like that's, oh, probably because the bookshelf is here. It makes it feel a lot deeper. Oh no, I pulled this forward too far. Oh no, I didn't pull the other one out. Okay, dang. Wait a second. There we go. Yeah. That still feels like that edge is significantly bigger than this edge. Oh, okay, so I must have pulled this forward further to allow this to come in even further. Nice. Yeah, now that feels like that's set in further. I could try to exaggerate that more. Is there any more I could do, or is that the edge of that? I could go up to there, which is not bad. You can see the edging trim there, but it doesn't look like it's obviously. I mean, it is rounding inwards, which is the problem. Is that too obvious? I think that's probably better to keep it square. But it would be nice if we could get that much more. But then we're definitely going to need like a pillar below that. Because it's really looking odd. Is that going to be okay if I do that? Yeah, it could be. We could just go straight into the wall, actually. Have it feel like it's an extension of that. Yeah, that's kind of cool, actually. That looks good. Now that feels like it's supporting that piece of wall. I'm gonna pull this all forward one further. Oh, I can't pull those like that because these are not on grid. Let's just pull those separately. There we go. Now this can come forward one more to really give it a feeling like it is getting smaller of a space up here. More claustrophobic, so it feels like there is maybe a roof line it's contending with, which is good. Now these all have to come forward again. I'll deal with that later. The clutter. That's going to need a pillar over there too. Okay. No. No. Nice. I'll put another one in the corner. Yeah, that's better. That one's still aligned, that's still aligned, and then put another one of these in this corner here. Nice. Feels a little bit better now. Yeah. Okay, and now this case, you come up here, and then it opens up out into there. If we put like a chair or something in here, it's gonna give that feeling a bit more of a feeling like it's coming in. I just want to see, yeah, that's as far as we can pull that without that feeling really weird. Cool. Yeah, but if we put a chair or something in this corner, it'll feel further, it'll feel deeper. And if we pull like these out a bit more, it's gonna definitely give it that feel. Like if I shove this here, you'll really notice it. Like that feels a lot deeper. Oh, I see. That was on there, whatever. I'll pull this over here. Okay, these don't matter because they were flat on the sides, and we can't do anything about the back wall because it's going to open up into here, but that's fine anyway. I just wanted to get it feeling like it somewhat more matches up with the space on the exterior, and I think that we have now accomplished that. This can't come down anymore, or it's going to conflict with that line. We could pull these down, but then that's going to really conflict with that stuff. Right now, it's like right on the edge of that. Yeah. So we can't do that. Yeah, that's probably good. Okay, save that. So, this whole building is now done. Minus like the clutter and stuff. So we could slot that in here to start this section, but I'm gonna wait. We'll do some of the other pieces first. This still needs the floor above it, so we should do that next. Building the antique book room that's gonna sit on top of this here, and then once we get those two pieces on top of each other, then we can put those in place, and then that will become that wall. And then we have this whole wall figured out for these two floors, basically, other than the pieces that are going to be on the interior side. So next time, I think I'm going to start with that. We're going to make the antique book room, and then we're going to maybe flesh out these rooms better and get this top room to feel like a bedroom rather than an attic. And then depending on time, maybe move on to the other one. But that might be enough, is just to getting this room done and then this one done. So it seemed to be about able to do kind of 2 major meshing sections at a time of these kind of like sets within the period that I can do this. So yeah, that's it for today. Thank you for watching. Please follow if you want to keep seeing stuff like this. I'm gonna continue on. I think either Friday or Monday is gonna be my next stream day, depending on what's going on with my other stuff. I probably won't do anything on the weekend. If I do anything, it'll probably just be some paper design stuff to prepare for Monday if I don't do anything Friday. But otherwise, this is going to be it for today. Thank you, and I will